Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Initiative Order. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, where we are playing Cthulhu Dark Ages. It's going to be an interesting session with some very interesting encounters, shall we say. Before we jump in, we just want to thank our sponsors of the Initiative Order and the show. Give a shout out to them and let you know what good things we've got from them. So, firstly, Session Zero Clothing. Give a shout out to them. They are a D&D streetwear style clothing brand. If you go on their website and use the code TIO10, you will get 10% off your purchases, which is very nice of them. Additionally, if you go to Norse Foundry, who are also an amazing sponsor of ours and a really cool dice manufacturer, and use the code TIO15, you will get 15% off in their store. Roaming Player Gear, our wonderful friend Ray from GotDM, has sponsored everything we do. And if you use the code Carnaby20 in the shop, you'll get 20% off your order there. They do the really cool Dice Tower, Dice Tray, Dice Vault combo travel kit, which is really nice. And then our last and newest sponsor, who we announced on our last show, is Mithril Armory. The wonderful Dave, who is just there to my left. No, right on screen. Is one of our new channel sponsors and our giveaway sponsor. So stick around for the break and we'll be giving away some cool items. But also go to Mithril Armory, check out their stuff. They have some amazing products there. And some cool things to come as well, which we're excited to see. So those are our sponsors. Really great additions to our community, so thank you very much. Now, before we jump in to the Dark Ages, let us go around the table, as it were, and introduce our players. So, we will start with, to my right, Dave. Would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Yes, I'm David Morin. As Danny mentioned, I'm one of the founders of Mithril Armory. And I'm playing Rowan McKinnon. I'm a monk. And I don't know what else to say about my character because I haven't played, so I don't know what's important to you.
Just, that's more than enough, I think. You are a monk. You are Rowan.
I'm a monk.
Yes. And next, Lauren.
I am Lauren Rutherford. My character is Brighde. Go by Brig, and she is a mercenary. And I don't really do anything else exciting.
Wonderful. Thank you much. Next, Bright. We'll go to you.
I am Bright Dystopia, and I'll be playing Nolan LeFair, the chanson with a bear. Say hello, Bobo. Don't be rude, Bobo. Say hello. Good, Bobo. There you go. Good, Bobo. That's me.
Yes. Okay. And finally, Logan.
Great. I have to follow up Bobo, so That's awesome. I'm Logan Hanley. I will be playing Athelstan. He is a brother of a cloth turned guard and protector of monks and priests who travel across England.
Lovely. So
And that
is our group. Now, for those wondering, we are playing Cthulhu Dark Ages, which is the medieval kind of campaign setting for Call of Cthulhu. And things are going to get a little bit weird, probably, because we've never done this before. So, jumping into the game in character. Let's do this. Okay, so the year is 942. It's a couple of years ago now. And Edmund the Magnificent rules over the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Wessex, which is where you were all from. Now, we find ourselves in Canterbury as the Archbishop Oda has called a meeting with members of the Order of Decency. And they are to attend his meeting room and discuss matters of church law, creation, and abomination. Now, our group in front of us, these mismatched individuals, with their different abilities, are all part of the Order of Decency, which is a church investigation group tasked with seeking out knowledge of abominations, church heresy, and destroying what they uncover in the name of the Lord. So, that is you. Now, we find ourselves with the group entering the meeting room in the main cathedral in Canterbury, and the Archbishop is sat at a very grand chair around a large circular table. You all kind of make your way in. Unfortunately, Bobo has to wait outside, as the church don't allow animals into the cathedral. But you've left him comfortable. He's fine. He's calm for the moment. But the Archbishop rises from his seat to see you all, and he looks a bit perplexed, kind of deep in thought and very unsettled compared to the other times you've met with him. And he kind of beckons you in and offers you all a seat. There is some decanters of wine around the table and goblets, and he says, please sit. We have much to discuss. I have a task for you of the utmost urgency.
I'll enter in toward the Archbishop, and I'll just greet him. Archbishop Oda, it's great to see you again, and I'll kiss his hand and kind of bow my head for a blessing from the Archbishop.
Yeah, he kind of does the little overview. He says, "Good sir."
And then I'll have my seat.
I'll walk in behind Brother Rowan and, Lord, it's a pleasure to see you again. And I'll just nod my head and bow, but do a quick sign of the cross and then shuffle over next to Rowan.
He just nods.
Nolan will spend some time fussing over Bobo, kind of making sure that his fur is combed just right, as he is the representative for the church here, not me. Do not worry, Bobo. I will be back. I will relay all the information to you as soon as I return. Do not worry. Please, stay calm. Stay here. And he will head in immediately and kind of scurry to take a seat quickly.
Oda just kind of watches as you scurry across.
I'll walk just inside the door and lean against the wall, 1 foot against the wall, and my arms just crossed in front of my chest.
He kind of he looks he kind of eyes a chair and eyes back at you. Notices the slight hesitation and just leaves you to it. And he sits himself down. He's like, right. Thank you all for coming with such haste. These matters have come to us recently, and as the Order of Decency knows, we need to deal with things quickly before news spreads, before heresy spreads, before people's minds are warped with these ungodly things that are happening within our world. Now, we've received reports of strange goings-on in one of our smaller parishes along the border of the kingdom to the west. It is the small village of Randwick, and it is we only have a small parish there. There's only one priest and a monk that reside in this village, this hamlet, as it were. But we've heard word of heresy and misconduct in the church building. We've heard, strange tales of something moving within the night. Shadows and creatures in the lands around the village. We've been unable to hear from the priest and the monk. We're unsure as why. We've sent messages to the town, but nothing has returned. Our messengers we've sent haven't come back. We don't know why. We don't know what's going on, but we're reluctant to keep sending messengers and not have them return. So it's time for the Order to step in here and look into this situation. So I task you with this quest for the church. For the grace of God, you need to go and see what is going on here swiftly.
Archbishop, what are the names of the priest and the monk?
The priest is Father Oswin. He is an elder man of many years, and the monk that works alongside him is Brother Edda. He is a pilgrim from Rome. He came to us from Rome on a pilgrimage to see our holy lands, and after he spent a few months here in Canterbury, but he wanted to see the nature of our world and our land here, and settled in Randwick several months ago now. But they're good people, We've never doubted their faith.
And what do we know of the hamlet, the people there?
They're simple farming folk. It's only a small village. Only a few families, I believe, live there. It edges onto a woodland. There is some timber works there, and some crop farming in the area. Beyond that, it's a small, quiet place. Just good.
How long have they all been missing?
The messengers.
Oui.
Our messengers. The first one we sent was maybe a month ago. Our last one was a week on horseback. So he should have been there within a day or two, and back within a day or two, but has not returned.
Well, if I have anything to say about it, we'll get this done as quickly as we can, Lord Bishop, and sort everything out for the church.
Good.
Did they leave any of their personal effects behind, the Brother Edda and Father Oswin?
No, they live in the village of Randwick. What little possessions they have, being people of the cloth, they have with them there. Brother Edda, when he came to us in Canterbury, he had, just the clothes on his back and a Bible.
And the messengers, what did they say?
Where did they stay?
Oui.
Our messengers stayed in one of the lodge houses within the church quarter here.
If they even made it.
Well, we don't know.
Is this region a violent region? Is this normal for people to disappear?
It's not far from the border with Wales. Our relations with that kingdom are, they are peaceful at the moment, so we have no reason to suspect it's, there is a dispute within the kingdoms. Again, they're just God-fearing people trying to live a quiet life.
Are there any holy artifacts in the city? Or in the hamlet, I mean. In the hamlet, I mean.
No. It's not one of our key areas of, religious importance. There's nothing we know of the area in that regard.
Is there anything we should bring with, or that you have prepared for us in case we need to cleanse the area? Anything of that nature?
We have holy water available to yourselves, as always. You have your equipment that you usually take. You have your weapons and armor and provisions. Beyond that, we give you God's blessing and pray for a swift and simple return.
May I visit the quarters of the messengers before we go?
Yes, by all means. As long as you are quick, we can get things
Merci.
dealt with. Yes. So please, take my blessing, take the blessing of the church, go on your quest, and please come back with good news.
Merci, bon
We'll
nuit.
take some of that holy water as well.
Yes.
Yes. And I'll bow to the Lord Bishop before I exit.
Yeah. And he stands, bows to you, and kind of shows you the door, as it were, and sends you out. And kind of just you head out of the meeting room within the cathedral, make your way down, and there is a storeroom that you are all familiar with. Inside there is a young priest who is blessing canisters and small little barrels of water in anticipation for you guys arriving. And you can take as much or as little as you want.
Brother Rowan, you're the most educated about this stuff. How much do you think we need?
Well, if I'm totally honest with you, I don't know how much, but I guess we should carry enough that we're not encumbered. But yeah, a pint each. I don't know how much holy water you need.
We're gonna a pint of holy water. No.
Well, your barrel seems like too much.
No, I think a pint each would be good. I'll collect them and store them until we travel. Nolan, you said you wanted to go to the messenger's quarters. You're muted.
Sorry, I had a fly in my throat. Yes, I would like to visit the quarters to grab some of their personnel effects to give to Bobo. Perhaps he can, if not track down the monk and father, then perhaps the messengers are easy to track.
Fair enough. I'll stay here and gather what we need, and I'll wait for you guys at the gate once you go investigate.
I'll go with Nolan to investigate.
Yeah, I'll head to the quarters and see if I can grab, like, socks or a shirt. Something stinky to, like, have Bobo sniff or something. I don't know. Something they would have worn a lot. See if I can find something well worn so that there's, like, their essence on it. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm looking for something well worn. Let's just say that.
Yeah, so you head to the living quarters where the messengers were, and you ask around and find out which rooms the messengers were in. And having a nosy around, they're very simple, bare, almost very bare in furnishings, the quarters. But there is a small makeshift dresser with some clothing in, so you can grab a shirt from there, or there is the bedding itself. You'd probably say is probably the most worn area where they would sleep. You could probably take a piece of the bed sheet.
Yeah, I'll grab the pillowcase. Something small that I can take with.
Yeah. So there were the church sent 3 messengers in total. Do you want to grab something from each, or? Yeah. No problem. So so you go in and you grab a pillowcase or a piece of bedding, small piece of bedding items from each room, each messenger, and pop them in your bag. Ready to go.
Got it.
And then you guys head back and meet up with Athelstan and Rowan, waiting patiently at the gate with pints of holy water.
was a few days by horse. Are we walking?
Did they provide us with horses, or are we able to climb atop of Bobo?
Can we all fit on top of Bobo?
He's a very large bear, and he's very enthusiastic.
Probably two
Can we
people.
all fit atop on Bobo? Is he?
I would say probably 2 people could comfortably fit on Bobo.
Gotcha.
I don't mind walking if some other folk want to ride on Bobo.
I'll walk as well.
I'd rather walk.
I climb on top of Bobo.
Okay. So, with Nolan on Bobo and the rest of you walking, it's probably going to take you the best part of maybe 2.5 days walk to reach the small village of Randwick. If you were on horseback, it'd probably be a day, day and a half, but you did not inquire about horses, so the church hasn't provided them. You set off. We're in late October, so the days are short, the nights are long, and the weather is cold and bitter. So it's a lovely, happy, friendly time to be travelling on foot, where the roads are not very good. But you set off and you make a good pace. After a full day of walking, you set up camp as you're kind of in the middle of the English countryside. There isn't any towns nearby, but you do have camping provisions. You set up, have a light meal with your rations, and go to bed early. No issues. The night passes. It's windy, but for a change, it's not raining. You get up in the morning. It's very crisp, cold, but you do set off in somewhat high spirits as you on a quest, which is what you guys kind of live for and plan for and work for. The second day passes pretty much uneventfully as the first did. You see the odd little village as you pass, mainly farming folk. They keep to themselves. Kind of a lot of people. You find a lot of people are wary of strangers and passing groups. But yeah, it's a nice, cool day's travel. As the sun begins to set.
Has Bobo picked up any scent yet? Sorry, has Bobo picked up any scent?
I was waiting till we had left the rump and tumble city to give him the pillowcase so that he may isolate the senses.
I would say probably on the second day would be the best time to do that.
Wait, day 2, I will dangle a pillowcase in front of him.
So I'm
To
going to
fan
need
it.
Bobo to do me 1 second. He needs to make me a track.
And does this go off of my track or his track?
Let me have a quick check of his.
There is a difference of
Who's
one.
smelling the pillowcase?
It is him smelling the pillowcase. But I would like to fan the pillowcase. Hold it the appropriate length. Yeah. Are there any benefits to me giving him bonuses to tracking? I mean, it doesn't say anything for tracking, so I assume he uses the base of 10. My tracking is a whopping 11. I would just like to know.
It will be the base of 10, but he will get advantage.
Oh, okay, so what does that mean? Do I roll
So
twice? Or
for
do I roll?
advantage and disadvantage in Cthulhu, you basically roll the 10s dice again. So you roll your dice and then re-roll the 10s.
Okay. 65 and re-roll the 10. 0. So 5 and 65. So
Okay.
5.
Yeah. So he passes. And on the second day, he does pick up the scent of the last messenger that they sent off, not the first or the second, but the last one. So the most recent scent, as it were. And yeah, he kind of steers you in the direction of that scent, and it does seem to follow the road to Randwick, and the path you are on. You were given directions, and you have a very basic map of England, but yes, Bobo does track and does follow that route, so you know you're going the right way. But yeah.
Good job.
Bobo has
Bobo.
appeared to have grasped this scent of one of the messengers. This pillowcase has provided us a bearing. I would advise that we continue at Bobo's pace until we have met with our destination.
Right, we'll just bear with you then.
Please. I am the minstrel here. If we could leave the unbearable puns to the side, I would appreciate it, and Bobo does not like them. He is very sensitive.
We can barely tolerate
Yeah.
them.
I was just about to. I'm gonna keep walking.
It is okay. I'm sure you feel Ursine. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So you continue on your trail. And as day 2 kind of comes to a close and night begins to fall, you feel from the amount of land covered that come morning, a couple hours travel in the morning, you'll be at Randwick. So you set up camp for the night.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe one of us should try to keep some sort of watch at some point during the night as we get closer to the town.
It's not a bad idea, Brother Rowan. I could take first watch, or majority of the watch if needed.
Do not be silly. I have been resting atop Bobo's strong shoulders all day. I may take the first watch. Rest. Rest so that me may take Bobo's bearing once again in the morning.
I
Yeah.
I can take the early morning watch. I'll wake up anyways to pray.
I'll take first watch if Nolan, you want to take second watch for me.
Wait. Then I will feed Bobo. No.
Does he eat? I'm not even going to say it.
Yeah. Take a series of a pouch of nuts and whatnot, and I start
surprising.
feeding him nuts and berries. And I'll feed them to him one by one while...
Okay.
I'll take a torch and just kind of do rounds around camp throughout the night.
I'll
I know
join
it's small, but yeah.
So, you set up camp for the second night, but a little bit more strategically in position, and take watches. During the first watch, can you roll me roll me a spot hidden?
I can do that.
And Brig
Yes.
as well, because you're on it.
Yes, that's a 0 and a 1 for a total of a
Nice.
1.
Very nice.
It's the lowest I'm going to roll today.
I don't see anything.
You don't see anything? No? Fine.
I see nothing.
So, as you two are kind of slowly circling the little camp and watching out, Brig, you kind of get a bit too caught up watching Bobo sleep. You know, he's a big bear. He looks cuddly. He looks comfy when he's asleep. So you're a little bit more preoccupied with that. Athelstan, you kind of keep a bit more disciplined than Brig would. So you're looking out and you kind of do a couple laps of the camp and then you stop. You put your torch down and do like another lap, trying to acclimatise your eyes with the darkness, as it were. And you do spot something. The moon. It's not a cloudy night, so there is moonlight. But you see in the distance, there is a hill, quite far away, and you see, just for a split second, what looks like a shadowy figure walk across along the top of the hill. And then, as you kind of, blink and be like, "Did I just see that?" It's gone.
I'll walk over to where Brig is standing and kind of nudge her because I'm sure she's staring at Bobo. And I saw something over in the hill over there. It was only for a second. I could have sworn it was some sort of man, but it's too dark, and obviously it's just a shadow. So it could just be my eyes playing tricks on me, and as I'm kind of wiping my eyes and rubbing my eyes.
Do you want to go investigate?
Do we want to wake the others, or do we want to go just us two?
Well, we don't want to wake them if it's just a farmer.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? And let me grab my shield first, and I'll walk over and I'll pick up my shield. And can I hold my shield and hold a torch in my shield hand, or
yeah.
is it?
I'll say yeah. If you want to, if for any reason combat ensues, I would probably say you'd have to drop the torch.
Drop the torch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you get better
Cool.
control of your shield. Then.
Awesome. Then yeah, I'll do that. I'll strap on my kite shield, pick up my torch, and then I'll just have one hand on my mace. I'm not going to take it out quite yet, but I'll start leading myself and Brig over that way.
Yeah. So the pair of you head off away from camp towards the hill in the distance where you saw this figure. It's going to be a couple minutes walk to this point because it is a little bit far away. As you approach, slowly, quietly, can you both make me a stealth roll?
Yeah, where's my stealth? Oh, it's not bad. Okay. It's a 58 for me. I don't know what that means. My max is 20.
So that's a fail.
I'm going to use a couple luck points because I'm a couple points over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not wasting 38 points.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. So Athelstan, you're trudging along, trying to be quiet, but you've got your pack on still, you've got your shield, you've got a torch, so it's weighty stuff, so you're kind of huffing and puffing a little bit as you're walking up a slightly muddy incline. So not being as quiet as you can.
Right.
Brig, you're used to being stealthy. You're more the quiet mercenary, the back alley shadow, as it were. So you kind of move silently up this way, and you both get about halfway to the crest of this hill where you saw this figure, and you suddenly hear a really kind of high-pitched guttural scream. You're not 100% sure if it was human or not, but you hear this scream and then it is kind of cut out as soon as you hear it, it's gone. And it's coming from the direction you're walking in.
Do I, with my knowledge of the natural world, do I know, or am I able to discern it, whether it's animal or if it's...
Make me a natural world check.
Hey, that's not bad. That's a 19.
19.
And it's below 25, so I think that's a success.
So
I'm still learning this.
What you heard, the scream you heard, for a split second, it shocks you. You didn't expect to hear that at the dead of night. But then you take a moment as you kind of slow your pace a little bit more and continue on to think about it. And, you are a knight, a warrior of the church, and you've had to, graft, as it were, whilst working for the church. You've had to do the menial labour and the mundane tasks of day-to-day life to help support the church and its goings on. You've had to work the fields and stuff. You've had to work in the abattoir, dealing with the preparation of meat for cooking and stuff. And you have heard the sound before when livestock is being killed, and it sounded a bit like a sheep in its last moments.
Is any of this noise enough to wake up the two sleeping party members who have been abandoned by the watch team?
Roll me a listen check, but it will be with disadvantage because you're asleep.
Okay.
In all fairness, you have a bear.
Well, I my first one's a 94, so I don't know if I need to roll again.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rolled an 82. I'm not doing any better.
Does Bobo hear anything though?
Oh, Bo. Bobo. Oh, Bobo. Oh, where's his listen? He doesn't have it specified, so I presume
It will be the base.
it's the base 25. Come on, Bobo. Oof, 39.
Not quite.
Mm.
You fed him well.
Bobo have any luck
points? No. Unfortunately not. You can spend your luck points on Bobo. I will let you do that. But do you want to use them yet?
Nah, we'll hold out. It's 14 points.
Okay.
Gracias.
So
I'm going to look around and then realize that Brighde has done her thing and melded with the shadows, and then just mutter loud enough for her to hear underneath my breath. Well, something's got a sheep. Could be a pack of wolves. Could be a poacher. Either way, I don't feel like messing with it at this hour of the night, especially when I can't see a whole lot. So I'm going to head back to camp. And I'm going to turn around and take my torch and start to head back toward camp.
And as he says this to me, I'm just going to whisper quietly back to him, like, try being quieter on the way down.
I will. Don't stay out too long or else I'll have to wake up the others and come find you.
I just tap you on the shoulder. I'm right behind you.
Don't fucking do that. Get all my stuff together and head back down the hill.
yeah. So you both head back to camp and kind of continue doing your closer watch on the little campsite you've got.
Do we have a fire? Do we have a fire?
You do. It's more embers now than a fire. It was a cooking fire when you needed it and whilst you were kind of relaxing around it together. But once you started to go to sleep, yeah, it was more embers. But yeah, you stamp it out.
Okay, cool.
No problem. So yeah, so you continue your watch for the little bit more time that you have, and then who was taking second watch?
I'll wake up Nolan because I think Rowan's taking the early morning.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna wake up Nolan, and as I do, some sort of livestock was getting killed on the other side of the hill. So don't let Bobo stray too far. Could be wolves, could be poachers. And I would hate for him to get shot by an arrow because, he's a big bear.
Oui. Oui. Merci. Monsieur Athelstan, we will veer far away from downwind of the grisly scene. Bon nuit.
Right. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, and I will set up to take my first watch, I guess, or my only watch, the second one.
Yes. So you and Bobo get yourselves prepared and settled in for a night of surveying the scene. Roll me a spot hidden.
Okay.
And a natural world.
A natural world. Okay.
Yes.
The spot hidden is a 32, which is under 99.
Yeah.
And natural world is 20. Let's see. 20. Nope, 98. Nothing on the natural world.
No problem. So you take your watch and you don't see anything whilst you're keeping watch. You do notice Bobo he has a scent of what happened on the hill. He can smell what's up there. Seems quite intrigued by it. It's whether or not you go up there.
Buzz, this is not for us. It is out of sight, out of mind. But if you have extra energy, I can burn it out of you. And I get out a set of rubber juggling balls and start tossing them. Juggling is Bobo's least favorite activity, so he will chuff at me and kind of turn his head away as I continue to do so to keep myself entertained throughout the night.
Okay, make me a dex check.
Oh.
See how well you can juggle.
Is that? Oh, good. Okay, cool. Cool. Easy peasy. 99. I failed.
So yes, you pull out your juggling balls, which are little leather pouches of dried beans, and you start juggling, and you get a bit cocky. You're doing your little tricks, and then you drop one, which causes you to drop them all, and Bobo is more so entertained at you failing than you succeeding. So he enjoys himself.
Well, if you would practice with me more, maybe this would be easier, Bobo. Be quiet. You're going to wake the others with your grumbling. And I bicker with him throughout the rest of my watch.
Yeah. But your watch kind of continues without any sort of incidents. You don't see anything that Athelstan or Brighde had previously seen. You don't hear any more screams or anything. It kind of just passes quietly. And gets to early morning. Time for you to wake Rowan to take that last bit of watch while you have a couple more hours before you have to get up and continue the day.
All right, I'll start cooking some of the rations we have to wake him. Because waking for early morning watch is a bear of a task. And so I'd rather he wake up with some hot I don't know, what do we have for rations? What do they serve in rations? Porridge? Is that a thing we can do in rations?
You could. It might take
Gruel.
you a while to make. You can make some porridge. You've got some meats. You could cook some meat. You have some cheese and some bread.
Sure. They've been gone for a week. What's another 30 minutes for porridge? I'll make some and I'll wake Rowan to a meal.
Okay. Thank you for breakfast.
Wait, this is nothing. Thank you for taking the last watch. Please.
Did anything happen to give you pause?
No, nothing quite so polarizing happened in the evening. It was quite boring. Not even Bobo would stir to practice juggling with me.
Do you need more sleep? You've barely rested.
Well, I could do it a little more, shall I? I will take a few, as it were, as they say in the brand new world out there across the sea that we have not discovered yet because it's 1500 years too early for this. Ignore me. I'm sleep deprived. I'm going to go lay down next to Bobo now. Please enjoy your watch. Please, wake me if you need anything.
All right, will do. And I'll grab some delicious porridge. Good thing we saved that meat and cheese for another day. And I'll kind of circle around the camp and kind of say my prayers as I watch over them as they sleep.
Yeah, no problem. So you get up, get yourself ready. You have a bowl of, porridge that's been well prepared for you, and you start to kind of walk around the camp, going through your morning rituals, as it were. And roll me a spot hidden, please. See if you notice anything peculiar.
It's 41. My spot hidden is 25.
So no. So you continue kind of doing your morning rituals and going through your prayers.
I'm praying as I walk, my eyes shut.
Yeah. Yes, you continue walking around, praying, forgetting that you're meant to be on watch and just focusing on your prayers more than anything. And yeah, you don't spot anything. You don't hear anything strange. The worst thing that happens is it starts to rain slightly. But beyond that, it's a calm early morning. You watch the sunrise. It becomes a little bit overcast, and it gets to a point where you feel it's probably time to wake everyone and get the day going. Continue on your travels.
All right, so I'll keep this porridge warm and hydrated, I guess, and then wake them up. And it's time to wake up. I've got food. Wake up. Stop your hibernating.
Once the rain starts. Once the rain starts and I can feel it, I would have for the last 10 or 15 minutes, I would have moved my shield over me, and then I would have just heard the pattering on the shield and got annoyed and eventually woke up.
Bonjour.
We have breakfast. And I'll get a bowl for myself, and then I'll get a bowl for Brighde, and I'll bring one over to Brighde and nudge her awake.
I just reach my hand up for the bowl and just grunt thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Shitty morning, but Nolan, Rowan, the two of you hadn't heard anything throughout the night, had you?
Didn't hear anything.
Not a peep all night.
How about you? Did you hear anything?
Oh, Nolan didn't tell you. Yeah, I saw a shadow at the top of the hill over there. I'll point to the hill. And I mean, it was a brief second, and then Brighde and I walked over there to go inspect it. And as we got closer, we heard what sounded like a sheep or a lamb cry out in death. And then we decided it best to come back.
Oh, over that hill? One over there?
Yeah, the right, and I'll kind of get behind them.
You walked over to the hill? while we were sleeping.
I mean, it's my job to make sure that you all are safe. So, yeah.
It just looks like it's far, but maybe it's not too far. That's okay. We were asleep.
We left you in capable paws. I'm sure Bobo would have defended you with his life if need be.
Bobo is a show bear. He can be a lot to deal with if you wake him early, but he is meant for balancing on large inflated balls, or perhaps to juggle with, but he's no warrior.
Noted. Noted. I'll make sure we don't leave you alone next time.
Should we check on the farmer over the hill and just make sure that everything's okay with him before continuing?
Keeper, would we know if that's the direction that we are going to be heading that day, or if it's off course?
It's off course. So if you're heading straight west, that's just to the south of where you were. So your road heads straight, and it's off to the left of where you were heading.
Okay.
Is it that normal for a farmer to have a sheep scream in the night?
Well, with wolves.
Is that not the cross to bear for farmers, Dale?
Suppose. What does Bobo say about the direction of the messenger?
Bobo, sniff this pillowcase one more time, please. We need to find this messenger. Yes, we know you want to go over there, but you are being distracted. You are thinking with your stomach. Here, have the rest of the porridge, and tell us where we need to go. Please. S'il vous plaît. Okay, Bobo. He says give him 5 more minutes while he finishes his breakfast. He will be more amicable then.
So you wait.
Brother Rowan, would you like to go check out the sheep?
I suppose not. I guess you're right. It's normal for a sheep to be killed by a wolf, if that's what it was. I'm sure the farmer's fine. I don't know why he left the sheep out. Perhaps he was just up slaughtering his own sheep really early in the morning.
I mean, it was during mine and Briggs' watch, though, which was like right when y'all went to bed. You all went to bed. Y'all hasn't been invented yet.
It's usually when wolves are out. And I'm just saying, the smiling, eating porridge, watching his face.
We do have more important things to do than investigate the plight of the farmer and his mismanaged herd.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll continue on. Whenever Bobo's done.
Yeah, as he laps up the last of the porridge that's been dumped out onto the grass, I'll give him the pillowcase and we'll head back onto course, ignoring the sheep.
Okay. So, Bobo takes another sniff of the messenger's pillowcase and picks up the scent again, and it is still on course with Randwick, the village you are quested with investigating. So you guys kind of pack up camp and head off in that direction. You've got about half a day's travel until you get there. It is raining. It is miserable. is overcast. Is there anything you want to do, discuss, or prepare on your way whilst you walk?
Do we want to stay on the outskirts of the hamlet before we go in with that last, one more night to see if we can see anything before we go in and speak with, the citizens of the town and the monk and the priest?
I think that would be smart.
Are we not in a hurry to try to... I feel like if we go into the town, we can start to question people sooner and maybe get a safe place to sleep.
That's a good option. The other thing, that's obviously the best option, the best choice. But if we go in there and they know we've been sent by the church, which obviously the two messengers that have been sent before us both have, we're easy targets, whether we're inside the hamlet or whether we're, making camp on the outskirts.
Do you
You're
believe...
the one keeping us safe, Athelstan, so I will trust your decision.
When you say targeted, do you mean that you believe their disappearances were intentional, or that foul play is afoot?
Okay, I'm well educated and I'm intelligent, so I'm gonna say what I want to say. I think that if there is something that, there's reason for the Lord Bishop to send us here, and if it is nefarious in nature, then they would have targeted other members of the church. And since we are followers of the faith and are indeed sent here for that purpose, they'd be able to kind of identify us rather quickly.
Strange that they did not turn their attention to the bishop.
Well, the bishop's all the way in Canterbury, and why spread farther than they need to if they have this hamlet under control?
Why kill an unassuming monk and father? Why do anything?
And 3 messengers.
And 3 messengers, presumably.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Presumably, I suppose we don't know if they're dead.
They've been gone for a month and a week. It is grim, but safe to assume that they are probably gone.
Yeah.
Though your initial assessment is correct, if we get there sooner, they are more likely to remember what is fresh on their minds than forget the dead. Especially if they were unassuming.
If anyone's still left.
It's true. Perhaps there is a pack of atheist wolves on the loose, and the sheep from last night prayed to Jesus a little too loudly. And it has claimed the lives of everyone in town. Crazier things have happened, no, Brighde?
I just smile.
Oh, what do we think? Go into town or?
I vote we go into town. We can get some questions asked. If we need a distraction, Bobo will provide. Yes, Bobo? Good, Bobo. Bobo agrees.
Maybe you two should hide anything that marks you as members of the cloth, just in case.
I'm afraid we can't probably paint over a shield. now that we've already left. But
I think we just need to enter with caution and be prepared with an escape.
Athelstan, please loan me your shield for just a moment.
I'll take the shield because I'm probably carrying it on my back. I'll take it off and lay it down. You can.
How big is it?
Nice.
Is it a tower shield?
It's a kite shield, but I'd imagine it probably goes from mid top of the chest all the way down to the ground, like where the point ends. Yeah.
I will take the 2 pillowcases that are not being used, and I will form like a slip cover over both and tie that off so that you can affix it to your back without
people
displaying it.
Thank you, Nolan. That was very resourceful.
I have made all of Bobo's costumes by hand. My apologies, Rowan. You were saying?
Oh, that's all right. I just, I don't think that anybody will wonder what that is. It's very well done.
Let us hope the xenophobia keeps them less curious.
Just took this away. Oh, that's better.
Okay, so you prepare yourselves, hiding your religious markings, and make your way on your journey into the hamlet of Randwick. So as you approach, you find that you kind of following the path and kind of crest over a little hill gives you a bit of a view of the land ahead of you. Now the path, the road kind of leads into what you see as a small hamlet. There's maybe 15 or so little hovel houses that line a central road. There's a slightly larger building on one side, one of the first ones you reach when you approach, and then you see at the end of this kind of procession of buildings a small church. It's not very tall, but it's quite wide, and beyond the church and the borders of this little hovel is the forest behind where they do their timber work, and you can see on either side like farming fields that are just kind of tilled soil at the moment. There's no crops, and you do see there is a field to the left with some livestock in, but it does seem like a very small village, small hamlet. One road in, same road out. And
is there a sign on the building? Sorry, is there a sign on the building that says what it is? Are there people walking on the street?
As you kind of you're walking along and you approach and get that little bit closer, the large building that you first come to, it looks like it could be some sort of tavern or an inn or a meeting place, a communal building as it were. There's no name, no sign or anything like that. There's no kind of big sign that says, welcome to Randwick or anything like that knocking about. It looks the place looks quiet. It's probably roughly 2 PM now that you've arrived. The streets look quiet. You don't really see anyone about at this time.
Is there any noise coming from inside the tavern, inn, meeting place, building as we go by?
How close do you want to get? Because you're kind of cresting this hill, walking down into the village now. So it depends how close you want to get.
I think as we approach, we need to be As we approach, I think we should be listening to hear if we can hear anybody in the town or in that tavern, and try to talk to the first person that we see before we get too far in.
Is there any smoke coming from any chimneys?
Yes, there is. There's smoke coming from the chimney of this large building, and probably 3 or 4 of the small hovel little houses. You can see smoke coming out of the chimneys of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Brother Rowan. We should be keeping our ears open and our eyes peeled.
Are there any, like... I mean, we're coming through, like, a village, right? So, if we're not seeing any smoke, do I see, like, beyond, like, our immediate vicinity, anybody watching us from the buildings?
Make me a... Make me a spot hidden, anyone who wants to kind of keep a cautious eye around.
40.
98.
45.
Is that a success?
That's a success for me.
Minus. Mine are always successes.
Yours are always. Do you even have to roll?
It's a 99, so unless I crit fail, like, I have to roll to find out if I crit fail or not. If I see a number, no.
So, looking around and kind of keeping a cautious eye as you start to enter this little one-road hamlet, you do see the odd door kind of creak open slightly, and like a little eye peer out and shut again. You see the odd window being closed, covers being drawn. You get the sense people might be avoiding you. But that's just from the houses, not from the larger building.
Am I able to catch anyone that... Can I garner whether or not it's fear or like some sort of sinister ambush in this creepy town that we're walking through?
Let's see. Make me just a straight intelligence roll for that.
Okay, I can do that. 4, which is under my 70.
Yes. So kind of looking at the brief glimpses of faces you see, and the little bits of expression and eye movement, it does look more fear and kind of in a guarded way that they're doing it.
It would appear that our hosts are afraid of strangers. Perhaps we come into the scenario a little bit more not subdued, but fun, perhaps.
You're thinking of putting on a show.
I mean, I would not presume to be, but yes, we should do something to assuage the fears of the people who are clearly in every building here.
Do we
Do you
think that's...
it might be
go
the bear that they're actually scared of?
Why would they fear Bobo?
You do have a
He
bear.
is... It's true, but I am straddled across his shoulders, so one would presume that his domestication is not in question, though we could have him juggle if it assuages the fears of both us and the bear at the same time.
Does Bobo like juggling? Does that make him happy?
Oh, he detests it, but he's a better juggler than he is an improv artist, so...
I say we give it a shot, or either that or go into the inn and try it there.
Splendid. Let us. Why do not you head to the tavern? Wait outside for a bit. I will head to the center of town. Is there a square?
So looking at the surroundings, it's one straight road that ends at the church. In front of the church, there is like a small, not a square, but a small open area with a well in the middle, out front of the church, where the houses then kind of emerge from, as it were.
Okay. I will then come to just short of the well, and I will start to unpack the kit that Bobo uses for entertainment purposes. The collapsible unicycle, the juggling beanbags, the tightrope, that it rests about 3 feet off the ground, that he then crosses with the collapsible unicycle while juggling.
Unicycle. Is that a Da Vinci creation, I believe?
It's really just a series of pipes on like a wheel. And it works pretty much where like he's standing on the spokes. The unicycle isn't it's not a complicated piece of machinery. It looks like we hammered together some wooden bars for him to sit on while this wheel literally rolls forward, and he's become quite adept at balancing himself across it. He's yeah. Well, Da Vinci modeled his experiments off of the late great works of Nolan LaFair. Should he ever decide to scrawl this down on a parchment paper one of these days.
I like that you said it's not a bicycle, it's a wheel with some pipes.
It's just a wheel with some pipes.
I'm going to try to drum up some audience as they're setting up.
Okay.
And I'd like to go to the tavern. I'd like Athelstan to come with me. He has a little emergency that he stepped away for, but let's just say he comes with me anyways because he can't say no.
Yes.
I'll head to the tavern while they're doing this.
Okay, so we're going to the tavern. So you're going to come with us?
Yeah, I'm not really one for attention.
Okay, yeah. So I'll head there. When we kind of go in the door, what do we see there?
Okay, so as you kind of step up to the inn and open the door, you see a very basic looking room. Just an open room with a fire at the back. Couple simple tables and chairs set up. It's all one level. It's not a 2-story building or anything like that. There appears to be a back room, but you see a man kind of stood leaning against the wall at the doorway into the back room, and 2 people sat at a table just quietly kind of having a drink and eating what appears to be some sort of stew.
All right, so Athelstan, we're just going into the tavern to try to drum up some audience for the spectacular performance that's about to be put on. I'd like to approach the man by the back door and kind of get his attention.
Yeah, so you kind of walk up to him and he's kind of just like leaning against the wall, but as you open the door and you step in, he kind of stands up straight, a bit more kind of wary of you as you come in.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. We're putting on a bit of a show outside with a bear and some like a wheel with some pipes, and we'd love it if you'd come. I mean, we're actually looking for some friends, but if you'd like to come and see the show, you could do that first.
He looks very bewildered, off guard by what you're saying. Make a persuade roll for me.
Right.
See how he engages with you.
it's really it's not going to go well already. I can tell you, it's a 34. But at this point in the evening, I think I'd like to try to use some luck points, but
you can also push the roll if you want to. If you
yes, I'd like to push the roll, and just for the benefits of the viewers, could you explain what that means?
Yes. So you can push a roll by basically if you give me a reason to allow you to re-roll. So how are you're trying to persuade this person? What are you really doing to try and persuade this person?
I honestly don't think I'm being very persuasive. I'm giving mixed signals. I'm like, there's a bear outside, but really we're looking for some friends. So like I haven't really pushed him in one direction or the other. So I don't feel like I could come up with a compelling reason to push the roll.
Can I assist him in pushing the roll by walking up to him, and I'm gonna like jab him when I hear that he's talking about looking for friends. I'm gonna walk up to him and kind of like jab him in the belly a little with my elbow, and then say, it's not every day that a place like this gets not only a traveling bear that does tricks, but a Frenchman that comes with him.
That's what I was trying to say, and I didn't mean find friends like friends we already had that might have gone missing. I mean like just make friends.
Okay. So I will let you push the roll with that assistance, but for the benefit of the viewers, if you push the roll and succeed, well done. If you push the roll and fail, things will be worse for you. And I will put it that way. But you can push the roll and re-roll your persuade.
Oh, I can?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. my persuade is 15, just for the record. That's an 85% chance of failure. It's a 33.
33.
Now may I use some luck points?
Yes, I will let you for this purpose.
Okay. So my persuade is 15. I rolled a 33, so I guess I need to use 18 of my luck points.
Yes.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay. So you succeed just in persuading this man, and he goes from kind of standing there very guarded. He looks a bit confused by what you're saying, and then intrigued. He's like, a bear and a Frenchman. I mean, normally, I hear the word Frenchman and I pull out my sword, but if he has a bear, it's not the strangest thing to come into this quiet little village of ours. Okay, I'll come and see this show.
And I'll point to the two that are sitting down. I'll say, you should bring your drinks and come watch the show too. There's a bear and a Frenchman.
They just kind of like mid-meal, like, huh? Put their stews down, stand up, grab their drinks, and follow what appears to be the innkeeper out. They kind of look to him as he's leaving. He nods, and they follow suit. So you now have an audience of 3 for whatever the hell's going to happen now.
Wonderful. I get out like one of the cooking pans that hasn't been used to cook, and I start bashing one of our stirring spoons against it to kind of make like a ringing sound, and I start yelling out as loud as I can, using the pan then to kind of echo chamber my mouth and like holler as loud as I can. Step right up, everyone! Come on to see le grand, le joli, super Bobo, le magnifique. And I will see how many people I can get up there to see. Young Bobo, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Can I like stay in the doorway of the tavern and just like see if I can see anyone who's maybe not going and maybe kind of like, I don't know, being weird, suspicious looking?
Yeah. So Brig, you roll me a spot hidden. Nolan, with your rousing call to the show, you notice that some of the doors to the houses creak open and people poke their heads out in confusion and disbelief.
Okay, I used a couple luck points
Yeah.
to pass. Yeah.
So you've passed that. Okay, good. I'll tell you what happens in a second. Nolan, you notice about 6 people step out of their homes to look and see what the hell's going on in the square, as it were. Brig, you notice, kind of from where you're stood at the tavern at the edge, that there are a couple of doors have opened, a couple of windows, and there's people peering out, looking. They seem intrigued about what's going on, but unwilling to leave their homes and watch.
Can we call them? Like we're walking with 3 other people. Can we call to the people in the doorways and say, "Come, there's a beer, dancing." I just encourage them to come with the crowd.
You call out to them. You manage to get the 6 people that are stood in their doorways watching to step out into the centre square, as it were. The others still seem very steadfast in staying in their homes. Some of them even close the doors completely when you try and beckon them out as well.
Yeah, I would have done that.
So, Nolan and Bobo, you go about to your standard routine, as it were, and
It's just him going across. He's just going on the unicycle across the tightrope.
Does his little tightrope routine.
Just letting him do his thing.
Is he juggling or are you juggling?
As he goes across, I'm kind of throwing a new bag to him so that, like, every once in a while, like a bean bag gets thrown up in the air. As I'm sitting there hollering his name back and forth, as he just kind of goes back and forth on this tightrope, he'll, like, get off the unicycle and then get back on it facing the opposite direction and go back, and I'll throw him the 3 bags and he'll start hitting them to, like, make them go up in the air. He doesn't juggle them for very long. It's not the focal point of the show. It's really about him being on the unicycle. It's like a moving picture. And I'm sure these people out in the woods in this backwater town have never seen a bear on a set of pipes with a wheel. So this is probably...
They've never seen a bear.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this is like going to the premiere of Endgame for them. Like, this has got to be the greatest show they've ever seen in the middle of nowhere. So, the bar is low, and I'm hoping that that's enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, while this show continues, is anyone doing anything else?
Yeah, can I let's see. Okay, I'm decent at that. Can I listen around? Can I listen around to see if I hear any rumors or like people either, I don't know, talking shit or maybe talking about things that are going around town or anything like that?
Roll me a listen check.
All right. Oh, okay. That's an 8. So that succeeds.
Nice. You hear a couple people kind of gasp in somewhat amazement at the performance in front of them. You hear a couple people kind of very, very confused with what's going on. Don't really know what to make of it. But you do hear a couple stood kind of to the back of the small group of people, leaning into each other. They kind of look. They're watching the show. They don't look like they're enjoying it. They kind of look more offended by it. And you hear one of them just kind of very quietly say to the other, "Oswin won't like this." And the other one just kind of nods.
All right, I'm going to keep that to myself. But I'm guessing Brighde is somewhere nearby and Rowan's somewhere nearby. Nolan's off doing his thing with Bobo, so I'm sure he's not paying attention. But I'm going to look at the two of them and see if I can get their attention, and then try to subtly kind of, nod my head or kind of point out those two individuals as people of interest.
Okay.
Now that we're kind of square in front of the church, is there anything that stands out about the church, like the door's ajar or it's half burnt down, or like something that stands out that might be a hint?
Make me a spot hidden.
Sure. It's a fail. I obviously didn't know how to allocate points when I made this guy.
That's the best way.
Yeah, he's just always eyes closed and praying. This guy, so it's great.
So looking at the church, you don't notice anything peculiar about it. It just looks like a small, simple stone-built church. You do notice that the doors are closed. And there appears to be some form of lock or chain over the handles, keeping it, locked closed. You don't notice looking through kind of at the stained glass windows that are around it. You don't really notice any light inside. You don't really see anything. It just looks like it's closed and locked shut in the afternoon of the day.
Is there a house like by the church, like where the father would live? Like, is there a small house that would be his home, or?
From your knowledge of the church and the religion in general, and looking at the size of this one, you would make the presumption that the priest and that probably live inside the church itself.
Right.
There'd be like a side room where they would reside.
Yeah. Okay. So Athelstan and Brighde, we're the three of us are kind of close at this point. Is that right?
To a degree, yeah. You and Athelstan are closer. The Brighde's kind of stood a little bit further back, kind of doing more of a survey of the whole scene.
I'll talk to Athelstan. I'll lean over and be kind of quiet to him and say, perhaps while the bear's distracting everyone, could check out the back of the church and see if there's any sign of somebody breaking in.
That's a good idea. I don't think I'm the man for the job for that, but I'll go talk to Brighde and see if she's up for it. She's a little bit quieter than I am. If you want to go with her, and I'll try to like not break conversation, but like keep an eye on Rowan, but also try to get Brighde's attention as I kind of try to walk over there. Yeah. Subtly.
Yeah.
Or at least like grab Rowan's arm and like have him walk with me over that way.
Yeah. Yeah, if you kind of hint, then I'll just walk with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys head over. What's your intention? What is it you want to do now?
But I think maybe while everyone's distracted by the shenanigans, we could check out to see if the back of the church is open. The front doors seem locked, but we could see if there's any signs of trouble around the back. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yes, I've been dying to do this. And I like kind of have a little more pep in my step now that I finally get to do something.
Should we wait here, or should we go with you?
And I kind of look at Athelstan and like, you're loud. You wait here.
Yeah, we'll just wait here.
Well, I think, Brighde, it'd be better if you had a man of the cloth with you when you're breaking into a church, just in case you have to explain something away.
Okay, well, stand behind me then.
Well, maybe Rowan. I know he's not. Yeah, he's probably a little bit stealthier than I am. Maybe.
I don't think so.
Either way, I'm going first, and I start like walking towards the church.
And I'll keep. I mean, they don't know I'm a man of the cloth, anyways. I hid my. We're in disguise, so because they thought they'd kill. We thought they'd kill us, so that's not really a selling point. Yeah, I'll keep some distance, but I'll try to follow behind at a distance.
And I'll stay somewhere in between. I'm gonna stay kind of on the edge, the outskirt of whatever crowd is gathering around Nolan and Bobo, so that way I can see in case something goes wrong with Nolan and Bobo, but I can also run and help Rowan and Brighde if I need to.
Yeah, no problem. So, Athelstan, you kind of get yourself in position, and Brighde and Rowan, you somewhat stealthily make your way towards the church, trying not to get too much attention drawn to yourselves as you do that. If you're going to start kind of searching and stealthing your way around the back of the church, can you both make stealth checks? Or attempt to?
This is why I keep a distance.
3.
93. Good.
Okay. So Brighde, you kind of as silently as ever move your way round the church, so you're unseen by the group and anyone peering through windows. Rowan, you kind of do the same, but it's a good show. Bobo and Nolan put on a good show, so you do steal the odd look over and just happen to trip over a rock on the floor and fall over.
Yeah, I can see the wind picking up the cloak and just like blowing it up in the air, like getting tangled on my face.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a pretty bad roll.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You're kind of on the floor, face down with your cloak over, looking a mess.
Jeez.
Luckily, though, you hadn't made your way round the church much before that happened, so it just looks like you've moved around to the other side of the performance and fell over.
Yeah. I'll make my way back towards the crowd.
It's fair. Just wiping the dirt off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brighde, you kind of start to navigate your way around the church towards the back. Are you looking out for anything in particular as you go, or are you just moving around first and then seeing what you can see when you get to the back?
I'm gonna, as I walk, see if there's any signs of like a struggle. So any like drag marks or anything on the ground.
Okay, roll me a spot hidden.
I don't see anything.
Fair enough. Yeah, you don't see anything. You move your way around the back of the church building, and you don't really spot anything anywhere. Your attention seems to be more focused on keeping quiet as you move. You get to the back, and there is a solid wooden door. It's like where the back of the church is. It's not in the middle at the back. It's just off to the side. So you make the presumption that's like an entrance to one of the side rooms of the church, possibly the living area, and that's just another exit rather than going through the main hall of the church. But yeah, you see a big, large wooden side door there, closed.
If it's locked.
You kind of try the handle. It appears to be locked.
Can I try to somehow unlock it?
You can. Make a sleight of hand check. As these are big, kind of old iron locks and not exactly the hardest thing to put something in and maneuver it around to pop the lock open.
You say that, but let's see what I roll.
Well.
Oh, I actually did good. 13.
13. Very good. So yeah, you kind of pull out your dagger and a small kind of slither of metal with a bend in it, and you pop them into the lock and wiggle them around for a while until you hear what sounds like a click. And yeah, you're able to pop the back door of this of the church open and step in if you want to step in. You've opened the door. You go in? Okay. Yeah. So you open the door and make your way in, and it is, as you thought, this appears to be the living quarters for whoever resides at this church, that being Father Oswin and Brother Edda. You don't see anyone in the room, but it is very dark in there. The kind of windows are covered with some canvas, but it is a very, very simple, basic living quarters. There are two kind of single straw-made beds, a small table with like a wash basin on, and what appears to be a large writing desk, and several kind of scrolls in like pigeonholes over the top. And then there's another door that would lead into the main area of the church.
Okay. I'm probably going to make my way back outside now that the door is unlocked to go get someone else to come with me.
Okay.
So I guess sneak my way back out.
Yeah, so you head back out the door. Are you leaving the door wide open or are you shutting it behind you?
No, I'm going to shut it, but not lock it.
Yeah, so you close the door, make your way back round the side, expecting to see Rowan kind of stood at the corner waiting, but he's not there. He's moved somewhere. But you head back round from the church, and you kind of, as you get round into the main area where everyone was gathered, Nolan and Bobo, your performance routine is now coming to an end. You have your kind of big finale move all ready and prepared, and whilst that happens, Brighde, you kind of merge your way back into the group. Nolan and Bobo, you have your finale prepared.
Bobo is standing on a ball that I've inflated, and he's walking forward and walking back and keeping balance. And I've given him sparklers and wedged them in between each of his fingers in the paws, and he's just kind of like waving them and bellowing. I've changed his hat out for a coned party hat. And he is growling to the rhythm of Happy Birthday to like a small boy that is very up close.
Okay. Let me just roll something. Yeah, there is a small boy, surprisingly. Somehow in the crowd there was a small boy. It is not his birthday at all, but he's too frightened of the fact there is a fully grown bear in front of him to do anything.
Just screaming.
Probably just really overbearing for him.
Yes.
What if we're the Cthulhu mythos for that kid?
You are the monster.
Oh Can you believe I don't have to roll for any of this?
No, you don't need to roll. It's too good for that.
It's beautiful.
But yeah, so you perform your happy birthday finale as Brighde re-enters the group, and your performance ends. There is a very tentative, confused clap from the crowd, unsure as to how to
start
react.
Clapping really loudly and try to get everybody to kind of go with it. Like, yeah, bravo.
Oh, neat. Wow.
There's a clap and everyone starts to kind of back away. They don't turn and walk away, they back away. And those that came out of their homes go back in. The ones that came out of the tavern, along with the innkeeper, head back into the tavern. You're all left stood quietly.
There is sweat running down Nolan's face, and he's just like exasperated. He's out of breath from having run around trying to grab things and stick them onto Bobo and throw them at him while he went back and forth on a unicycle / ball. And what have we discovered? Anything useful?
Does the crowd seem any more at ease with us? Like, that was the whole purpose, was to put them at ease with this giant bear.
Not really, no.
Because they backed away.
They backed away. They didn't run fleeing. They didn't just turn and walk away. They did still seem a little bit guarded, hence why they backed away to keep an eye on what you guys did as they left. But you don't know. Until you start speaking to people, you're still a bit unsure.
I think I'd like to go and talk to the innkeeper and see. They might just be afraid because of what happened. They might not be, against us.
Do you think I should have had him play the ukulele?
The innkeeper?
Or would that have... No, Bobo.
Oh.
A very talented musician.
I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't know.
Do you think it would have sold it? What did you think of? What would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, would you have rated the performance, Rowan? I'm seeking to improve the act, I suppose.
Well, I there was this point where I fell over, and I missed a little bit.
Okay. The parts that you did see,
Yeah.
what would you say?
Oh, I cheered at the end. I was like, yeah, Bobo.
So not to the ukulele, correct?
I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it was good as it was.
Merci. I will take this into consideration.
So should we go talk to the innkeeper?
Before we go and talk to the innkeeper, and as I'm doing this, I'm looking around for the two guys that were talking about Oswin.
They've kind of moved away back into their home.
They went back. I overheard two gentlemen, and I pointed them out to you, Rowan, and Brighde, you as well. They said that Oswin would not be happy about this, and which could mean that Oswin isn't going to be happy that there was a bear in town square, or.
But it also means that they are friends with him, and that they would care what Father Oswin thought.
Friends are afraid of him, and someone who's afraid of a man of the cloth is that's grave.
Well, I suppose it could be that. But did they sound afraid? Did they sound like they were afraid of him, or that they were concerned that he just wouldn't be happy, that he wouldn't approve?
Keeper, can I do would I have been able to sense tone?
Yeah, from what you heard tension in their voices in the way they said it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. They were tense, and they didn't seem afraid, but they didn't seem, like they were aggravated or anything. It was very kind of like right in the middle, but it was still, there's a seriousness to it.
I think we should talk to them and see why they would say that.
Or while you were face down in a puddle, I was able to unlock the back door of the church.
Oh. Alright, we could just go in then.
I saw many scrolls, but I didn't want to go further by myself. There might be answers there.
Nolan, what do you think?
I think I'm going to add the ukulele to the act. Whatever you decide is fine with me. I was elsewhere mentally. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna walk up to. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna walk up to Bobo, and I'm gonna say, Bobo, that was a fantastic job. That performance was it was a 5 out of 10 for me, but that's because I've seen your other stuff and it's usually phenomenal. But can you point us in the direction of the messengers? I want to see if Bobo can sniff it out.
Okay.
Does he know which direction?
Oh, I thought that was for me saying it was a 5 out of 10.
Bobo takes a moment and kind of waits for Nolan to pass him the pillowcase.
I do that. I put it right under his snoot.
So Bobo has a sniff of the pillowcase again, and you see him kind of head in the air, nose up, sniffing around, and he turns, and his face is fixed on the church.
Yeah, we get it, Bobo. This says it's the church.
So we go in. Rowan, do you still want to talk to people, or would we rather go where we know the messengers have been?
Well, the Archbishop said there have been strange happenings and strange tales. I think that the people that you heard were the ones that would share these strange tales. They would be scared if there's strange things happening. I think it's worth finding out from them what they've heard and what they've seen and why the church is locked if the messengers are in there. If you're going to kill a messenger, you don't hide him in the church. Not that I know how to hide a messenger, but that's not what I'd put him. I think it's worth asking them what's happening, what has been happening in this town.
Church is a perfect place to hide a messenger.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to go in the church unless all of us are going in there. So maybe talking to these two first and then looping back around to the church. We got plenty of daylight, so. Yep. I look at everybody.
Bon.
Do these people look like warriors? They're just like simple townspeople and farmers and whatever, right? It's not like a village of warriors that are gonna pull out swords and.
No, they just seem like normal, very simple living town folk. Very, very simple garb. Nothing extravagant.
Yeah, like we shouldn't be afraid of them, given their appearance. Other than numbers, like there's nothing necessarily that we would be scared of. Is that right?
Not that you can see. No, there's nothing that
Nothing
gives you
see.
that feeling.
Okay. They didn't look like very scary people to me. I think they're just scared themselves.
If you want to go talk to them, brother Rowan, I'll back you up. But I've seen plenty of farmers and villagers attempt to mob churches, and I've had to stand watch. So if they all start coming out of homes, then we need to run.
What do you say? But yeah, and do we go and talk to them, or do we just go into the church?
You know me, I'm not much for conversation, but I'll follow you if you would like to speak to the villagers first. And I'm playing with my dagger while we're talking.
Do we know what we would be asking the people here? If they have seen them, do we trust them with the information we have?
Well, I would just be honest with them. I would say that we're concerned for Father Osmond and that we just want to know where he is. And if he's okay, then we'll go. And if he's not, we'd like to know what happened.
Okay. Are they visible from here, by the way? Like, are we looking for somebody specific? I guess that's where I'm confused. I know we're heading inside, but is there anybody there?
No, there's two people. There were two
there's
people that Athelstan was talking to that said that Father Osmond would not have approved of your performance in the square. And then they went back to their home.
Yeah.
And
So
those
we're
are
following.
the two that I want to talk to and ask them like what do you know of Father Osmond and why do you think he would be so upset at this? Ultimately, I want to find out what they know about what's been happening, what strange things have been happening here. That's the ultimate goal.
Also the messengers.
Sure. The
And the
three
messengers.
messengers are gravy on the mashed potatoes of missing father and monk, perhaps. But are we going as a unified front, or should we scare them with Brighde first?
I have coin where my words will fail me.
Glances down at your dagger. Coin? Are you sure?
I just grin and just put it back in its like hidden sheath on my leg.
Honey, well, you sound friendly enough. Do you want to come with me and we'll talk to them?
Are you talking to me or Nolan?
Yeah, Brig.
I'll go. F it.
No.
You don't need to talk. You're there if the talking doesn't work.
You want to speak to them. We do not want to F it. This is a church. They are not that kind of people. Use your words. S'il vous plaît. Maybe later. I'm not discounting your ideas. I don't want to crowd you and your exploration through this journey you are on. I'm just saying. Bobo, your hair is a mess. Let me comb that for you.
All right, I'll go in with Rowan.
Okay.
All right.
So are you heading into the tavern to speak to people, or are you heading to try and speak to the two people Athelstan spotted?
To the two people.
Okay, so those two people made their way back to their own home, which, you know, as you watch the crowd back away, you can see which one that is, and it's just a simple building. You head over and knock on the door.
Yep.
Initially, you get no response from your first kind of rap on the door.
I know that you're home, because you're at the show, and I just want to ask you a couple of questions, if that's all right.
While he's doing that, I'm just gonna take the hilt of my sword and just bang it on the door and just like call out, "We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way."
Oh. So after a moment or two, the door creaks open, and just kind of about that wide, and you see a very plainly dressed man kind of stood there going, "What do you want?"
And I've stepped back so Rowan can be out front.
Yes, you've done your part. We heard you saying that Father Oswin would not be happy with what was happening.
You eavesdrop on people?
No, you're talking loudly.
We do not talk loudly here.
Well, I heard you. How could I hear you if you weren't talking loudly? That's not the point. We're concerned for him, and we just want to know if you know what might have happened to him.
Nothing has happened to him. Father Oswald resides in the church with Brother Edda.
Oh, and he's all right.
No issues. I don't understand.
Do you know where we could find him and have a word?
Well, I mean, Mass isn't till the evening, so the church is closed through the day.
Yeah, so where do you think he would be?
I don't know. I don't follow people around. I have work to do.
Oh, right. Yeah, and we don't, eavesdrop and stuff. Why were you saying that he wouldn't be happy about what was happening?
Because, I mean, this is strange occurrences. We're simple folk here. We like our ways as they are. We don't. This is a strange Frenchman, a bear, a random group of people show up.
Oh, so it's just the bear and the Frenchman. That was the problem.
Well, there's you as well. You people.
What do you mean?
This is our.
Well, wait.
This is
you
our
people.
village.
All right. Well, we're just here.
What?
What?
She asked if that's... Did you say, is that why you killed the messengers?
Yes.
That was a bit accusatory.
Well, you weren't getting anywhere.
Have you heard, are you familiar with any messengers that may have gone disappeared from the town?
No, I don't know of any messengers.
Is he being honest with me?
I mean,
Insight check.
Roll me. Yeah, roll me an insight.
Now that I look at my sheet and we're playing the game, I'm like, probably should have put some points on that. It's unsuccessful.
But did Brig succeed? No.
I did not.
And there aren't enough luck points in the world for me to have succeeded, so.
You kind of look at the way he says it. You can't tell if he's being honest or not. From the get-go, he seemed guarded in his demeanour as he was talking to you. So you're not sure.
Hmm.
What other strange occurrences were you referring to?
What strange occurrences?
Well, you said it's a small town.
Yes.
You don't like strangers. There's been 3 messengers that have come here that have not returned.
I don't know of any messengers. I have not seen any messengers.
But you seem to keep a good eye on the town.
Because it is a small town. There is only a few of us here.
So there's been no messengers within the past month.
Not that I know of, no.
I don't want to totally ruin your day, but we do have that bear, and he's got a very good snout, and he says that the messengers are actually in the church.
Well, you need
And
to
you seem
speak
to
to
live-
the bear then.
Well, you seem to live right in front of the church. So how did they get to the church without you seeing? Because you saw us.
Well, it's not very hard to see you people, is it?
As they're talking, I pulled out my dagger and I'm just like playing with it on my fingertips.
Are you trying to intimidate me with that?
Am I?
Not
Oh,
you,
her.
sir.
Yes,
Her.
probably. Yeah, probably her. She's dangerous.
Look,
I'm just trying to talk.
we are simple people here. This is, you know, we abide by the law. We are faithful. We do as we are told. We keep to ourselves. What more can I tell you? I work through the day. I pray through the night.
So
we
you don't
done
mind
here?
if we go check in the church? Is that right if we go and check?
Speak
fine.
to Father Oswin.
Okay. I'll start walking away. And just one more thing is very important. Do you think the bear should next time add the ukulele?
He slams the door shut.
I say loudly as we walk away, like, you should have just let me kill him.
Well, right, later. I don't. Okay, let's go to the church.
Okay.
Shaking my head.
Next time, Bobo, try not to growl so loudly at children. I know you were trying to sing him happy birthday, but it came off just a little too aggressive, and it probably made that kid pee his pants a little, that a big bear was juggling with fire and growling at him.
How's Bobo's own language score?
Okay. Sorry, I need to pull him up again. I don't know. It doesn't have it.
Bobo can speak bear. His own language is fine. Whether or not anyone else can speak bear is hard to tell. Nolan can't speak bear. He just presumes Bobo knows what he's saying.
I presume it because, I mean, my animal handling is the only other thing I have that's at 99. So everything I say is pretty much interpreted as language. But I know that it doesn't really say what languages he speaks. But I see under armor that it says fur and gristle. And that sounds like a language to me. So, like, if I were to interpret that, I think he might understand every, like, other word, which is why he's allowed to hold sparklers and ride a unicycle. But like if Athelstan is giving him a lecture, it's probably going about as well as you would expect it to go talking to a bear.
Hey, listen, I put some points into animal handling too. Not as many as you. No.
I'm not gonna make you roll for that. Keeper.
Hey, that's a 14. That's a 14, and I have a 20 animal handling. I'm also
attention to you at least.
I'm also talking. I feel like I'm falling on deaf. I feel like I'm talking to deaf ears, but I don't care. I'm just. They went to go talk to people, and I'm bored, so I'm talking to a bear.
Listen, Bobo's an independent bear. He doesn't need.
Wait, why do you follow him around?
Your unsolicited life advice about how he should bear down and take life. and grab life by the horns or whatever it is you were telling him a second ago. Barely listens to me. Oh my God, now they've got me doing it.
You can't even stop.
I
You
hate
can't
it.
stop if you wanted.
So, I'll stop.
We're going to the church.
So Rowan and Brighde come back to the group after attempting to converse with this villager. Do you share with Athelstan and Nolan what you've learnt?
Everything. Yeah. They said they haven't seen any messengers, and Father is just fine, and he's in the church, and they said, go ahead and take a look. No problem. And asked about the ukulele, no feedback, so it's probably fine without it.
They're essentially bloody useless. I want to kill them.
Oh.
Like that as well.
Okay.
I won't, but I want to. Very rude.
They were.
Your restraint is remarkable,
I
Brighde.
can bow my head at you.
What alternatives do we have to killing them, perhaps? Do we have...
The door's still unlocked to the church. It locks from the outside, and I was able to break the lock earlier.
They said
Okay.
that everybody's just inside and everybody's okay, so
I don't
just
believe
go
that.
take a look. What did you see when you went in there, Brighde?
It was just sleeping chambers, so just 2 beds and a desk, which had many scrolls on it, and then another closed door.
Did you hear anything?
No, with the performance, I couldn't hear anything.
My apologies.
Oh, no, it was perfect. I was able to get in. Nobody saw me. I look at
I
Bobo.
created a distraction as well. Shall we go back then?
Yes.
Go in.
Yes.
They're not waiting on the other side of the door. Should we break another door or wait a while, perhaps, for them to...
If they
They said
Or
mass
second.
in the evening, so we should get in there before they have mass.
Or, and hear me out, perhaps during Mass would be a better distraction than a bear on fire playing a ukulele. A ukulele? Maybe the ukulele. I don't know. I'm still undecided. But perhaps a better distraction would be a quiet Mass than a loud performance.
Well, we probably, if they had mass, we could probably just go in as if we were going to pray.
True.
But this is a small town. They'll notice us if we
If
just
they-
go in.
if they have mass as well, there's also going to be the whole town we have to deal with instead of just the priest and the monk.
But if the priest is fine, if he's just there, fine.
Then he won't mind us coming to visit. Well,
Exactly. We can go talk. We can go talk to the priest without the rest of the town being there.
Okay. This is a good point.
And if not, we can come back during mass.
And the priest will listen to a brother of the cloth and a man who protects the church, and probably would not want to give information freely to mere villagers and peasants. That's my guess.
Well, I'm not saying that we ask him to tell us from the front of the church what's going on, but that perhaps it's an easy way into the church so that we can talk to him after. Maybe we can get him into the confessional and ask him there.
C'est bonne idée. Should we bring Bobo this time, or will this be a silent mission? Do we care if it's just the priest?
I think having
I
Bobo
don't
is better
mind-
safe than sorry.
I don't mind going in now and just taking a look around, but it sounds like he wasn't there.
I was only in the one small room. So there's the whole church.
you think he's just sitting in the big room in the dark?
All
I
right,
don't-
well, we can isolate his location if we bring Bobo. His powerful nose will probably be able to find him.
I think we'll go then. We'll go in the back. All 5 of us.
I give Bobo a fresh whiff of the pillowcase as we head into the building.
Okay.
And I motion for Brig to kind of lead the way, so she knows where she's going.
Yeah. So you all follow Brig and head round the back of the church towards the side door that leads into the side room. You head in to that room quietly. As Brig described, it is just a simple little living quarters, 2 straw beds, table and wash basin chairs, and then a writing desk with lots of scrolls and pigeonholes, and then another door that leads into the main hall of the church.
Can I examine the desk to see if there's anything that kind of stands out, any scrolls or anything written?
Yeah, make me a read and write language.
Ooh, a 1. That's a success.
Nice. Finally.
Yeah.
So you kind of pull a couple of the scrolls out and unroll them, and looking through them, they are in Latin. They appear to be prayers, different prayers within the Christian faith. So nothing dissimilar to stuff you would see in any church, really. The one thing you do notice about all of these prayer scrolls is that they're all very dusty, as if unused. Whereas normally in kind of the standard routine within churches, that the scrolls will be selected for that day's worship, pulled out and then taken into the main room where they would be read from in front of the congregation. All these prayer scrolls appear to be dusty and haven't been used in a long time.
These scrolls look like they've been here a while. I don't know, days, weeks. They were taken out and left here. Is there any other? I mean, I guess is the room just overall,
Yeah.
like knowing that, looking around the room, is the room it's just dusty and
It's not overly dusty, no. The beds look used recently. The room looks like it is lived in. It's just a case of the desk, and the desk itself looks used, but like the shelving above it with the pigeonholes with all the prayer scrolls in appears to be very much unused in comparison to the rest of the room.
Would I know
so-
from... Oh, go ahead.
But I was just gonna say that I would relay that in my observations to you guys.
Would I know by any chance why, maybe through my travels, hearing something from either a monk or a priest that I, was escorting, why a priest or wouldn't use the scrolls, or wouldn't, like, is that abnormal that they're not using the scrolls and reading from them?
Yeah, it is abnormal. It is. I mean, that's part of the process at this time of worship and faith, is to read from the specific prayer scrolls. It's part of the whole kind of performance within the church routine, is to have the scrolls there and read from them. Adds a weight of like authority to the words.
Okay. Is there anything else in the desk or maybe tucked into the pigeonholes that seems out of place?
Make a spot hidden.
Oh, that's a 1.
Oh, very good. Looking at the desk, it's a very simple writing desk. There is a quill and ink. There is plain parchment. The pigeonholes are just prayer scrolls that are left there dusty. There is a drawer on the desk that you're able to open. Inside there is a stack of more parchment. Appears to be unused, but you do notice that some of the corners also appear to be burnt on the pages.
I'll pull them out and point them out to everybody. These parchments seem to be burnt in places. It's same disuse as the others, but burnt edges on paper is, it seems kind of odd.
Looking at the pages, does it look like they were burnt in anywhere specific, or is it just along the edges?
It just appears to be along the outer edge. But not on all sides, just like there's a little bit on that corner, a little bit on that side, as you kind of flick through the different pages.
Why does this appear strange to me? Either someone tried to burn the book and failed like an idiot, or they burnt the edges on purpose for, aesthetic purposes? This is pointless. They have the time for these kinds of art and crafts here that they can just burn pages at the edges? What would the point of this be? Is there any reason why they would burn paper?
Is there any reason that I can think of that they would just burn a portion of it?
Not that you know of. No, it's just sheets of paper, sheets of parchment with burnt edges.
I may have missed this. Are the pages blank? Or are they written on?
They appear blank.
They're blank. Oh man. If we take them apart, I rolled for it. Thank God I have a high intelligence and education for some reason. If we take them apart, could they form some sort of pattern? Or I may be overthinking it.
As in, if you lay out the paper.
Yeah, like with the burnt edges touching or the burnt edges separated from each other or something like that.
Make me, this is an interesting one, repair/devise roll.
Oh, cool. I actually put points in that, so I'm happy about that. And I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Yes! Yes! I needed a 25. I got a 24. Yes.
Okay. So you start to lay out the sheets of paper, of burnt paper, on the floor, as there's quite a few of them, and putting the burnt edges together, and kind of doing it and going, that looks like it goes there, looks like it goes there, and it starts to form a picture with the burnt edges, but you can't tell what it is. I mean, it looks like a picture. You've made it look like a picture by putting it together, but you're not 100% sure it actually is a picture of anything, because you've had to overlap pages to make them congregate together. Might just be a case of that the burnt edges on pieces of paper that don't form a picture.
There's windows though, right? Like, can I take one of the papers and hold it up to the window and see if I, like, looking through the parchment, if it reveals anything?
You can. There are a couple windows in this room, but they are slightly covered. You can move that away and get some of the remaining daylight in.
Yeah.
Make me a spot hidden roll whilst you do that.
Oh, I succeed.
So you hold it up to the light, and at first glance you don't see anything. It just looks like a piece of paper with burnt edges. But you kind of hold it there for a moment, kind of waiting, and letting that sunlight shine through the page. And you're kind of going, I don't see anything. And then just as you're about to pull the page away, you just see the slightest glint of something. You don't know what. It's just that slight glint of a different colour on the page. But then
are there candles in the room that I can light?
There is one on the table.
Can I light it and see if I can see anything if I put the paper near the candlelight?
Yeah. So you walk over to the table and use your flint stone and iron, and spark the candle, and then you hold. How are you holding it up to close to the candle, far away from the candle? How close?
Well, I think I need to be fairly close. Like, what I'm thinking at this point is that maybe the edge got burnt because they were trying to light through it using a candle.
So you're going to hold it close to the candle?
Fairly close. I don't want the whole thing to burn and ruin the paper. But close enough that I can get the light through it.
So you hold the sheet of paper close to the candle, so it's only like 2 inches away from it. And at first you don't see anything. You just see you can see the candlelight coming through. But after a couple moments pass, and like you're holding it with your hand, you can feel the heat from the candle touching the back of your hand, which is also touching the paper. And as the heat spreads through the paper, you suddenly start to see writing formulating onto the page from the heat. It is
I'll point it out to
a
everybody.
black and red coloration on the paper. But it comes through as the heat of the candle reacts with the paper.
Can I read it?
Make me an occult roll.
Okay. No.
No. You're looking at it and you can't really decipher. It's not in a language you understand or know or have seen before.
I'm going to call everybody around and ask them, can you read this? I don't know what it says. And show them the writing through the paper.
Is it French?
No.
Merde.
So if you want to try and read the paper, you would have to make an occult roll for this.
No.
70-something, so no.
No. So you can't quite decipher what's written there. It appears to be scrawled and very scratchy. But again, it's written in a language you don't understand, and some of the characters of the writing are not known to you as well.
I don't like that at all. I think we need to find Oswin, Father Oswin, and ask him about these. And I'll collect the papers, or I'll start collecting the papers. This is probably good evidence to bring back to the church, bring back to the Lord Bishop. And he'll know what to do with them, I'm sure.
So what are you doing now?
So we'll collect the papers and put them in a bag, and then I guess we want to start to try to get into the next room and see.
We'd probably want to find our way to the chapel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's testing the door?
Brighde.
So you try the door and it is locked also.
Okay. What am I rolling for?
Sleight of hand.
Oh no, I don't think so. Oh no.
No, so you kind of try again with the dagger and metal shard, and you don't seem to be able to jimmy it just quite well. Someone else can have a go. if they want.
Bobo?
Bobo can have a go at getting through the door.
Hell yeah.
So a sleight of hand check.
If you want to, yeah, Bobo would be doing a strength check. We all know why.
Just a moment. Maybe I'll try. Yeah, I rolled a 38. My sleight of hand is 55.
Oh, nice.
So I'm successful.
You managed to unlock the door. So yeah, you have a go using Brighde's tools, and you pop the door open.
And I will step back and allow Brighde to go through.
Okay, so opening the door, you see that it is just a narrow corridor that goes only a couple feet forward, and then there's a turn. Looking at the lay of the building from the outside, you can kind of devise that. You go down the corridor, turn, and you're in the chapel straight away. So do you guys just kind of head round and into the chapel?
I'm gonna
Is
pull
there
my
any
shield.
Yeah.
Oh, go.
Is there any light coming into the chapel, or should we bring the candle or other candles?
There does appear
with
to be
us?
light coming from the end of the corridor where the chapel is.
Okay.
Because you saw from the outside there are a lot of like stained glass windows and stuff.
Yeah.
Is there any weird smells?
Make me a survival. No, wait. Survival isn't on here. Make me a natural world, even.
Okay. Screw it. I'm going to use a couple luck points and make that succeed.
So you pass?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you hear, you smell, kind of sniffing. You smell. It smells a bit stale. But you do get a slight smell of blood. That kind of irony. Smell.
Like fresh blood, or like stale blood.
A mix of both. A little mix of both.
Okay.
That slight whiff. In the air.
Okay.
Like some that's a week old, some that's 2 weeks old,
About a month.
some that's 3 weeks old.
Who knows?
Not as long as the messengers.
All right. So I'm guessing I'm going first, so I'll kind of like stop and pull my sword.
Okay.
I'll pull
I'm not
my
gonna
shield
say-
and
But I'll just have my sword out and
So you all continue down the short corridor and turn round into the chapel. Yeah.
yeah, I'll follow. Actually, I'll probably put Rowan in between me and Brighde, and then I'll take my mace and my shield out, and turn around to Nolan. Would you and Bobo like to go ahead, or would you two like to bring up the rear?
I will bring up the rear in case there is a narrow hallway we must traverse through. I will be here with Bobo.
All right. And I'll follow behind Rowan.
Okay. So you make your way down the short corridor, turn the corner where you can see the light coming through, and step out into the chapel, into the main room of the church. I need you all to make insanity checks. All of you. But don't tell me your results. We will do that after a break. So, everyone watching, thank you very much for sticking with us so far. We're going to have a break now and take a moment to compose ourselves before this next chapter of the story continues. But, as is now a new tradition on the Initiative Order at our breaks, we have a giveaway. Thanks to the very, very nice people over at Mithril Armory, one of them being Dave. And we are giving away today the sketch dice. So, Dave, is there anything you'd like to tell people about these wondrous items?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you about them. So we released those through a Kickstarter in the fall of last year. They did very well. They're basically a set of entirely blank resin dice and a set of permanent pigments that are scratch resistant and all that. And you can basically customize the dice however you want. And if you want to change them, you can clean them off with acetone and make a new set. So they're a lot of fun.
Cool. Yes, I have another set that I use, and I've got like my players' names for my Carnaby Street game on the D6 and stuff, so I can use that in case anyone's fighting them and stuff, and like directional dice and that. I like them for that because it adds the cool customization. Right. But yes, so we have our giveaway, and the way we do this is everyone watching, you need to type one word into chat just once, gets you entered. Any more? No, just the one time. And do that over the break, and then at the end of the break we will draw a winner. And the word for tonight for the giveaway for the sketch dice is Bobo. Bobo. So that's all you have to type in chat, just the once.
Bobo.
And it'll enter you in the chance to win the sketch dice. So start doing that now. We're going to have a break, and we'll see you guys in 10-15 minutes. Okay, so yes. See you all very soon. We are back, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. We will jump straight into the game after we choose our winner for the Mithril Armoring Sketch Dice. So I'll put back. So, let's see who won. And our winner is Lady Vesperbell.
Yay! Congrats.
So if you drop us a whisper in the chat thingamajigger on Twitch, I don't know what I'm talking about, but drop us a message, we will get your details and get them sent out to you ASAP.
Can we get a Bobo roar for Lady Vesperbell?
Oh, absolutely. He can do that. All right. Cool.
So yes, congratulations. Yeah, drop us a message, we'll get your details. So, turning back to the game and where we left off. You all made sanity checks before we went to the break as you entered the main hall of the church. What did we roll? Did we succeed? Did we fail? How did we do?
I succeeded.
Okay.
I failed.
Okay. Nolan succeeded.
I succeeded.
Rowan succeeded. And did Bobo succeed his power roll?
Oh, he crushed it. Yeah.
Oh,
27 under 55.
just Athelstan. So I now need to roll because he failed. And then I will tell you why you guys rolled. It's 9. Ooh. I need to change to another book for this. And roll more dice.
Great.
Special death.
Reference
Bye, guys.
Compendium 3, Table 5.
Bye, guys. Oh, my God.
When the punishment system has like a reference chart.
When the
Reference.
punishment system makes you look at 4 different books.
Tome 3 under Compendium 5.
So, as you all enter the main hall of the chapel, you see before you a scene of violent gore, carnage, death, and destruction. The church pews are all shattered and strewn across the room. The kind of silken cloth religious drapes on the walls are in tatters and torn, some broken, hanging some on the floor. There is blood and gore everywhere. You see chunks of flesh on the floor, you see bits of bone. You see a large table in the centre of the room in front of the altar that is broken onto one side and it is just stained red with blood. On the altar you see a bare altar with just one candle, and you see at the entrance to where the main entrance of the church is, you see 3 corpses hanging from the rafters. Again, blood, gore everywhere. Athelstan, in seeing this, you are taken aback slightly more than the rest of the group, and shock and fear grip you. You see the blood everywhere, you see the gore, and you start to realise this, it's a feeling wells up inside you, a feeling of kind of uncomfortable filth, a feel of disgust, and for the next 5 hours you have hapophobia.
I have what?
Hapophobia. H-A-P-H-O phobia.
For those of the listeners who aren't well educated and know what
I feel
that
like the
phobia
spelling
is.
wasn't the problem.
You have the fear of touch. Anything that touches you, anyone that touches you, you can't handle it, and you probably will freak out. just looking at the gore and grotesque nature of the filth of this room has just kind of set your skin prickling.
Okay.
What a weird affliction.
I have so now I'm Howie Mandel. Cool.
So yeah. So that's happened to you, and that's what you guys see before you.
In response, just to add some flavor to that, those pillows were used by the messengers, so therefore they're not clean, and I'm going to rip them off my shield.
With your bare hands?
I'm going to pull a sconce from the wall and burn them off my shield.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm going to take it to
sconce.
the extreme. Fuck. Never mind. I'm not going to do anything.
While he's trying to, while I hear him like kind of panicking, trying to figure out like how he's going to get these things off. First, I clutch my cross around my neck, and then I turn to him, and I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder to try to calm him down.
I'm gonna get your bloody hands off me. I am not doing this right now. There's too much in here.
You're not doing what?
Just I need a bubble. I need some space. This is a lot.
Perhaps
You're
it would
acting a
be
little
better.
strange.
Perhaps we keep our voices down while we are traversing inside the house of the Lord.
How many bodies do we see? Like you said, there were like pieces and blood.
Yeah,
and
you
whatever.
see.
There's 3 bodies
Make me-
hanging.
Hold on, let me get this up. Make me a medicine check.
Accounting? Oh,
Counting.
no, I'd fail.
First off, you see 3 bodies hanging from the rafters at the main door
Yeah.
of the church, and you see bits and pieces of body parts.
I can't
scattered
count. I
everywhere.
can't count how many bodies. It's
No.
just like there's just a mess of pieces of.
There's at least 4 in total.
Yeah, it's like trying to count the slices of pineapple in a pina colada. I get it. All right. Is there anything moving? Is there any sounds? The 3, I would assume that the 3 are the messengers. Are there garments that look like the priest's robes?
The 3 bodies hanging have nothing on apart from what's left of a rag, kind of loincloth-esque bit of clothing.
But on the ground?
On the
Is there
ground,
anything
you
on the
don't see
ground
any-
that looks like the priest's clothes?
You don't see any, no. You can make me a spot hidden to kind of investigate the room.
Yep. Sure, I'm bad at that. Yeah.
No?
That was a 90.
Yeah, you just kind of... You're a little bit taken aback by the gore in the House
just
of
a
the
mess.
Can I see how they were killed?
Lord. Who?
The ones dangling.
Yeah, make me a medicine check.
Oh God. Okay. Nope.
You do see how they've been killed. All 3 of them have been disemboweled.
Okay.
Can I see? Can I see if there's anyone alive in this room that hasn't been mechanically separated, like McDonald's chicken in here?
You can have a look round, yeah. By all means, you can work your way around the room and see if you can spot any living people.
Yeah, but make sure that Bobo doesn't, get...
Yeah.
Jeez.
I said I tell Bobo to sit, and he like plants himself in front of the door so that it can't be opened, unless it's a out swinging door, in which case, shit. Um,
I don't think you should eat any of the evidence.
no, Bobo tends to stick with his oats and his berries. He only eats fish when he does get a protein treat, but this is not his way.
That's good. Yeah, I'll clutch my cross as I walk with my staff, and I'll just kind of mutter prayers out loud as I walk through, and kind of examine the room. So is there seating? I mean, obviously there must be like rows of seating. Can I walk?
There were like rows of pews and stuff, but they've kind of been knocked about and like some have been toppled over, some have been broken and moved and shattered and spread around the room.
I'd like to walk towards the back of the church, which would be the front doors, and even like I'll look down the aisles or down the pews as much as I can as I move to the back, and I want to actually open up the back doors and let more light in.
You go to open up the main doors to the hall of the church, and they are locked. They appear to be locked from the outside.
Okay, so it's the lock that I saw outside. It was like a chain or something.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the room that isn't dead?
Not that you can see, no.
Is there a mezzanine or like rafters or anything where something can be hiding?
There are the rafters, which is what these corpses are attached to.
Right.
But there is no mezzanine level within the church. It's just this one kind of stocky square room with the doors you enter. There would normally be lines of pews on either side, and then the altar at the end with a big stained glass motif window at the back.
Are there any other smaller rooms off of the large room?
No. You looking around, there's just that one side where the living quarters were.
Well, I suppose mass isn't going to happen.
Oh, it already did.
I think, is it safe to assume at this point that the two gentlemen in the house were lying? Like without rolling, like at this point, it's like they're like, oh yeah, mass is in the evening, but clearly mass hasn't happened for a bit.
You don't know.
Well, I can assume mass didn't happen for a while because there's bodies and like decay and stale blood and dust, and like to me the signs point to mass hasn't happened for a bit. Like it wasn't okay yesterday evening and today this happened.
Who knows?
I mean, unless they are actually having mass and they're not worshiping the Lord.
Remember when I said they could kill you if they saw your holy symbols? And I just like nudge one of the bodies with my sword, like the foot.
Nolan throws up as you like shove it. You
touch the body, and I'm like, yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm like dry heaving, like creepy crawly, like
in a butcher shop, like a hanging pig.
Yeah, Nolan loses all his insides onto the floor.
Just like the three hangings.
Is that fourth body, based on the description that we were given of the priest and the monk, does it look like either of them?
Roll me a spot hidden.
As I'm tiptoeing through the, from patch of ground that isn't covered in blood to patch of ground that isn't covered in blood. Spot hidden. That doesn't matter because it's a 90. That's a fail.
You're struggling to decipher anything, as your main concern is not stepping in blood, which is splattered all over the place.
Yep.
But you
Are there
can't-
like
can't quite
any, like, is there anything carved into the bodies hanging outside of their guts? Like any
tell. Not that you see, no. Not the ones hanging.
Were they hoisted up? Like they must have been kind of pulled up and then the rope tied off somewhere. Is there a way to let them down?
There is, yeah. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
exactly
like
how you say. The
lower
ropes were thrown
three.
over the things and tied, and they're tied to a post attached to the side.
Yeah, so I'd like to lower them and ask, can Bobo tell us if these are the messengers?
Bobo, would you please, I point up at the bodies and I hold the pillowcase in front of him. The taste of metal still in my mouth here, so I'm not gonna tell him check the bodies.
He kind of sniffs the pillowcase, the one that he's been using to scent track all this way. Sniffs it, and then he cautiously steps over to the three bodies and kind of points at one of them.
Well, there you have it. We found him.
Well, alright. I guess we can just return to the Archbishop and let him know.
Do we bring a finger back or a foot?
Finger would be easier. Maybe an ear. Or I just like pull out my small knife.
I'm going to wait outside for this part. I do not have the stomach for it. I am. Excuse me. And he will step outside of the room and like get some air.
Nolan, before you go, because I'm gonna probably come with you.
Wait.
Would you mind checking the altar for anything? If there was mass going on here, the priest would probably be there.
And you'd probably be familiar with it because it's a bear altar.
Wait, I
Holding on
will.
to that one.
Oh, I'll head over to the altar then, because apparently I am the expert. He mutters to himself as he like heads over to the altar, stepping over pieces, trying not to get any blood on him.
So you head over to the altar and kind of taking a quick glance round, you see it is just a very simple wooden built kind of box altar. Nothing on it apart from a single candelabra with a short candle in it. You kind of glance around it, around it, and see that there's like a small cupboard underneath the top of it.
Oh wait, say that last part again. My
There's a small, with it being like a wooden box altar, there's a small cupboard underneath.
Merde. I test the doors to see if it will open.
Yeah, they do.
Sacredly. I'll open it.
Okay. You open it. Roll me a sanity check.
Yay!
I'm sorry.
Hey Nolan, you're a bear guy. Go look at the fucking cupboard with the weird shit inside. Here you go.
I wasn't gonna touch it. I needed somebody else to.
55. And wait, where's my... Oh, my sanity is 55.
So you just pass.
Oh.
Just.
Oh.
So you manage to keep your composure as you open this cupboard, and inside you see the severed head of a young woman. She has no eyes, and her tongue also appears to be removed. And the head's kind of like with its mouth gaping open, so you can see
that. What? The last bit?
The mouth, the head is kind of its death position is with the mouth gaping open, so you can see that the tongue has been removed as well as the eyes, and it is resting on a small silver plate.
Sacre bleu. Is that real silver? I will close her mouth. Or try to, just because I'm like, I don't know what to do. This is like a thing. Oh, merde. Is there like a cloth over the altar at all?
There isn't, but there is one on the floor.
Okay. Do I recognize this lady at all? Does she look familiar?
Never seen her before.
It's your mom.
It's your.
That's the D&D way. Never share your backstory.
I will grab the cloth and like, I don't know, they deemed this important, so I'm gonna put the head in the cloth, I guess, and like bunch it and like maybe put it on top of the altar or something. Like there is.
What did you find? What did you find, Nolan?
Don't get ahead of me. But
well,
there was
got your tongue?
There was a head in the cupboard underneath. Underneath the altar. He looks underneath. Is there anything else in the altar? Any?
Not that you see, no.
There's a woman's head on a silver platter.
Did you put it? Did you put it inside of the inside of the? What was it? The cloth.
The altar cloth. Yeah. Wait.
Can you unwrap it?
Okay. This is a woman's head you are asking to see. And then I'll take the thing and move it aside, displaying all of her open-mouthed glory to the room.
So after a short little, is there anything that I can see? Like, is there, like you said, her head's open and the tongue's missing? Is there?
Her eyes are missing as well.
Anything like in the mouth? Is there anything that's stuck in the eyes? It's just like.
Not that you see her. The head appears to have been cut away from the body. It's literally a severed head with the tongue cut out and the eyes removed.
Okay, can I look back in under the altar where he had been looking, and then remove the silver platter that it was on?
Yeah, you can take it out. It's a small silver plate.
There's no like inscription or anything on it. It's just the plate.
Make me a spot hidden.
No. No. I'm gonna go with a yes with my luck points. So I'm gonna use a much? Five luck points.
Okay. So you look at the plate, and just from a quick glance, it just looks like a plain silver platter. You kind of tilt it, try and get a bit of light on it, and you do see some faint lines carved on it, in some form of pattern in the circular centre of it. You don't recognise the patterning. It does look a little bit foreign to you in shape and dimension.
All right. Shining it in the light, trying to look at it, I'm going to ask if anybody else can any of you recognize this pattern? I don't know where it's from. Is there any way we can examine to try to determine where it's from? Like if it's if it has any significance, or if it's just a floral pattern in the middle of a silver dish.
It is very geometric in shape, but it's a geometry that does look a little bit odd. It's not quite right. But make me an appraisal roll.
Come on, 5%.
Can I help him with that? Because I for some reason have points in that.
It's actually I actually rolled
I'm gonna give it to him
quite well, and I am going to use some more luck points on this because I rolled a 12, so I only need to use 7.
So use them all up now, not later.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah. I feel like I'm skilled in the things that I'll need later.
So looking,
like accounting.
Yeah. So looking at the plate.
How much is the plate worth?
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care about the symbols on it. Just tell me how much money I'm making.
So taking a closer look at the plate, its construction and that, you decipher it's probably worth quite a bit. It's good quality silver that it's made from, so there's value to it. But also you're able to appraise it to the point where you can tell its age as well, and it looks. I mean, it's 942, and this thing's probably from like 712 maybe. This thing looks pretty old, pretty well made for the time, which is surprising because the quality of work back then is nowhere near what it is now. But this thing, looking at it and the material used and stuff, you can kind of decipher that age, but the craftsmanship is far beyond the skill of anyone of that time, which unsettles you a little bit as well.
I will relay this information.
While he's doing that, can I investigate the girl's head and see, I guess, essentially how her eyes and tongue were cut out? Like, does it look like it was done professionally, or is it like a hack job?
Okay. Make me...
Professionally.
I'm a professional.
Was this done by like...
Or was it a thumb?
Yeah. Was it
Does
chewed
this
out?
looks like the kind of like brain job I could get at like a K Jewelers, or is it more of a Claire's?
So make me a medicine check.
Oh god.
God, tell me that passes. Oh god. I'm using 4 luck points to make that pass because that was so close.
Okay, so taking a closer look at this severed head. First off, it looks like the neck was a clean cut. Probably used with either a sword or an axe or something. The tongue appears to have been cut with a blade and almost sawed off in motion. The eyes appear to have been gouged out, not with a blade, with a blunt instrument. But from looking at the wounds and that, they were removed entirely as one job.
Were they removed post-mortem?
Don't appear to be.
We should explain the gouging. Nolan's just dying in the corner.
I'm sorry. Nolan is probably having the worst time of his life, but Bright cannot get over professional dome clearing.
One thing, like, I'm probably grossing you out further because, like, I'm like pushing the eyelids and like seeing like how, like,
It's just
Yeah.
She went in for a teeth cleaning, and they're like, "Oops."
Athelstan's 100% like standing in the corner, staring at the wall because everything else is just grossing him out.
That's like that.
Do you think the people in town know about it? This
Yes,
carnage?
I think so. That was my first instinct. Just how guarded they are and what the guy kept saying when me and Rowan spoke to them. Kept talking about our town. Just the way they said it. There was something.
They tried to deny it, but their lies are falling apart. The question is now, do we go and confront them about what's happening here? Or do we send word back to the Archbishop?
If we can even make it alive.
And as you say that, Brig, you all hear the sound of a door slam and click coming from the side corridor you entered the hall from.
8.
Is that the door that Bobo is standing next to, or is it like farther from within?
It's it sounds slightly further than the room because Bobo's on outside the door in the corridor. There's that door, and then there's the one to the room from the outside.
That leads to the bedchamber. Okay.
How high are the windows in this room?
Pretty high. They're like you've got the big, large stained glass one on the back, and then you've got like where the front door is. There's a large stained glass one above it, and 2 on the side, like where the roof comes to a point. There's 2 along there. Bit like skylights, as it were.
This is not good. I want to take one. I'm going to call. Athelstan is not going to be able to help. We need to get out of here. Somebody help me lift one of the pews up near the window so we can climb. And I want to see, like, could I lift, or could we together lift the end of one of the pews to kind of form a ramp up to one of the windows, or are they too short?
You probably could to the window above the main doors. You could probably rest it at an angle against the wall to a point where you can climb up and attempt to see through.
Okay. Billy, can you help me? Nolan, somebody. Let's lift one of the pews and just see what's happening outside.
Bobo will like amble towards you and like just shoulder you up into the and come to like his bare standing height. Yeah, he's just gonna put you up 11 feet.
So stand on his shoulders. Okay.
Okay. So. Bobo,
so can I see out okay, or is it like I can barely see out?
No, you're at a point where it's like the window's now like chest level, so you can see.
Okay, good.
I'm ignoring that pun. So you get up on Bobo's shoulders and take a look out the window. As you do, you all start to hear the shuffling of chain against the front door of the church.
Oh.
Rowan, you look out of the window as this happens, and you can see what appears to be a crowd of people stood a few feet from the entrance of this church, Some with torches, some with axes. You see some with scythes that they use in the fields.
Good.
And you see 2 figures stood in front of them all with hooded robes.
Right. All right. There's a lot of them coming, and they're about to come in the door. So
What did I say about the masses surrounding the church? Oh, great.
Yes. Yeah, they've done that. And do the doors open inward or outward?
They open outward.
Is there any way to try to bar the doors from the inside?
You can attempt it. There is the slots for a bar that could go across.
Is there a bar nearby?
You would have to search for it.
Yeah, I'm good at that. I'll take a quick peek around for the giant door lock.
Do you say that you're looking for anything to bar the door with?
Yeah. I'll jump down from Bobo, and I'll say like, help me bar the door. We got to be able to lock the door somehow.
I'll search for a tall candelabra if there's any like tall metal.
Yeah. So if you're all trying to search for something, roll me a spot hidden.
I succeed.
Ooh, I succeed.
Do you though?
I did.
Nope. Dice are starting to not be in my favor.
Okay, so Nolan and Rowan frantically hunt around for something, and you manage to find there was like a metal candle stand, just cast iron to the side that you can kind of potentially jimmy into and wedge into the slot, the holders for a wooden bar.
Okay. If they're all at the front, I think our best bet is the back. If we're going to try to escape.
If they are all at, when you say the back, are you talking about the corridor or the outside? Where do we go to fuck off? What is? I thought this was the back. We are at the door that leads outside. This is not the back door.
Well, it depends if you're on the inside or the outside. If you're on the outside, this is the front of the church, and if you're on the inside, it's the back.
So we are inside and we are heading outside. Is this not the back? When you said the back, this is clearly the door you are referring to, no?
No, only when we're on the inside. But if we go to the front of the church, we can go out the back door.
Your
Hang
back
on,
or my back?
Hang on. There seems to be a bit of a language barrier here between the English and the French. So what he is saying is if we go back through the corridor, through the corridor to the chamber, to the bed chamber that Brighde had broken into. If we go out the way we came in, if we go out the way we came in,
and then we came in the way we're going to go out. So
also, can somebody take these pillowcases off of my shield, please?
Yep. Does it affect does it affect the performance of the shield? I'll take them off.
Just, thank you.
But we should go very quickly out the back, which is at the front.
Don't forget, we heard that door.
Yeah,
So,
they did lock it, but they tried to lock us in from the back, and they've unlocked the front, but we've locked the front, and I think we should try to go at the back.
I'm really confused. I'm just gonna start running toward the bed chamber.
Yeah, going on the corner with my sword. I put my buckler on and my sword's out.
Okay, Bobo, I'ma get on.
So you guys head back up the corridor down to the bedroom. At the side, of the building to go through the back door.
Question. As I'm walking out, before I grab my sword, can I grab the severed head and shove it in my bag?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We have the plate, correct? Just point of order, because I don't want to leave without the plate if we're running away. Somebody has the plate with them?
Rowan did still. Oh, wait, did you? Yeah, that's right. You were the one holding it. We do not have the plate. Do you want to?
I think it would
I can't. I want the plate, but I can't touch the plate, guys.
Okay, if you say that, I'll grab the plate on the way out and stuff it into my whatever, into my cloak.
We need evidence.
Which is why I grabbed the head. I didn't grab the head for any other reason. Just want to make that clear. I'm not just a
But
collector.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's not a lot of evidence in the severed head, other than it's a severed head.
Find out.
Yeah.
So, you guys make your way to the bedchamber and the door you entered the church in. You get to the door and it's locked.
What kind of door is it?
It is a solid, thick wooden door with big iron hinges.
Yeah, I think we knew that it would be locked, and that we're gonna have to try to mash it down. We did
Bobo,
bring a bear.
Bobo, Easter Sunday, and Bobo will try to push the big obstruction out. If he can, I'll help too.
Make a strength roll for the pair of you.
Okay.
Jeez.
So do we just make both strength rolls? Because he's got like triple my strength. I'll roll for me, and I fail. I'll roll. I can't roll higher than his number. He succeeds.
Okay. Well, he succeeds his strength roll. Whether or not he gets through the door is the other question.
Oh, should I roll to see how much he succeeds by? Oh shit! No. A 32 under 135, so he succeeds by 103. If that makes a difference.
A slight difference, yes. A slight
Okay.
difference. So, utilizing your animal companion to break down this wooden door. It doesn't take very long. Bobo just fully charges at it, hits the door at full height at the top, and flattens it out. The door is open. The way is clear. What now?
Is there anybody outside? Like, I'm going to go outside, out the door. Is there anybody outside?
In the first moments you step out there, you don't see anyone. But Bobo breaking the door down was very loud.
I think we should get to the forest.
We need to run.
There's woods. There's woods just behind the church. Right? There's woods. There's a forest behind the church, from what you described.
Yes.
So I think we should. We need to run and get some cover. And I'm gonna run.
Okay.
I'm not waiting for a vote. I'm gonna run for the woods.
The minute he flinches, I'm off after him. Bobo, yip yip, and then gone, just gone.
What about bringing up?
Oh yeah, no. Go.
I'm gone.
Okay. So you all dash to the woods as fast as you can. And you get there. You don't appear to see anyone immediately behind you. In your haste, do you just run straight into the woods, or do you get to like the tree line and stop and regroup, or do you just run straight in and wait further in?
I'm gonna go probably maybe 5 to 10 feet in, and then turn around and take a look and see if we can hide, if we've successfully hidden, or if the whole mob is like, hey, they're in the trees and they're all coming.
So you enter the woods 5 to 10 feet in, take a moment to stop and turn around. You can clearly see the church behind you, and you see that after a couple moments, people start to make their way round the back of the church to investigate the sound. And you see several men with weapons and torches looking at the door, looking perplexed as why it's on the floor and not on its hinges. Kind of looking around at the floor, and then you see the two hooded figures walk round from separately from either side, say something to the group, and then point at the woods. And the group slowly turn and start to make their way towards the woods where you are.
About how many people are there?
Currently, you see about 8.
We can take 8.
You see 8, but the crowd you saw in front of the church, there was maybe 20 to 30.
Can't take 20 to 30.
Come on, that's like 5 people each. We can do this.
We need to get news to the church.
Not to be a pessimist, but how many people does it take to deliver our message?
More than 3?
Somebody write a note and stick it on Bobo.
Quick, guard me while I write this letter.
I can't read or write, guys. This is the Middle Ages.
I write it in music because I can sight read, but that's it.
Can you read or write?
No, Bobo is teaching me.
I'll write the note.
Okay.
I'll write it.
You're about 40 feet away now as you discuss what you're doing.
Plenty of time.
Somebody
What is
just
this
needs to
note that
hop
we're
on
sending
Bobo. Somebody just needs to hop on Bobo and go. And I'm gonna pull out my mace and I'm just gonna run and try to cause a distraction.
Okay.
I'm a guard. It's what I do.
So you're going to run at the group approaching.
I'm gonna run out of the woods at an angle. I'm not gonna run directly at them, but I'm gonna run at an angle that will pull them away from the woods and towards me.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity check.
I'm so good at that.
Roll me a death.
I'm
by
gonna.
numbers
Okay, so that's a
check.
37 over 20, so that fails. But I'm gonna use. I have 40 points of luck because I haven't used a single luck point. So I'm gonna use. I need to get to 20, so I'll use my 17. I'll use 17 points to get down and succeed that.
Okay. So you head off in that direction, running away. The 8 people spot you and give chase. Now, is anyone going with Athelstan, or are you all going to wait and see what happens?
What are the hooded
I think
figures?
Sorry, I think that what's going to happen is he's going to be murdered and hung up in the church. Like I don't think he's just gonna make it. It's gonna be okay.
He
So
well,
Is there anyone still at the back of the church?
Yes.
Is
So,
this still the hooded figures?
The 8 people that met there descended down towards the woods after the 2 hooded figures directed them that way. In the meantime, whilst you guys were discussing your plan and they were approaching, several more have now congregated at the back of the church. The 2 hooded figures are just kind of stood there, hands in their sleeves, just watching the woods.
Oh, mailed. Okay.
What is near us? Like, so there's a church, and are there like houses right by the woods too?
No, you've got the church that was at the back of the main road goes down with houses along it. You've got a little circular square area with the well, and then the church, and then the church was like the last point of the hamlet, and then it was just the woods behind. And then it's like on either side of the hamlet, it's just like fields.
What's the church made out of?
Stone.
Is it wood? Stone? Okay.
Cold, unburnable stone.
Yeah. What I was thinking. What can I set on fire? The woods.
It's
So as you stand here in the woods, watching Athelstan run with his sword out, being chased by 8 people with weapons and torches, what are you guys doing?
In the crowd, can I recognize the innkeeper that I spoke directly to, or the people that I spoke to at their home? Like, there were 3 people that I was very close to their faces that I should be able to pick out in the crowd.
I will say, you can't quite get a good view of the people stood at the top where the church is, by the door. But out of the 8 people chasing Athelstan, there is the innkeeper and one of the people sat in the tavern.
Right. So the whole town basically is the whole town that's doing this.
They all have weapons, like you described.
Most, yeah. If they've not got a weapon, they've got a torch instead, a flaming torch.
Okay.
So does it seem like the whole town's essentially around the church?
It appears that way. You've not seen how many people are in the town. You just made a generalised guess on the number of houses. But you would guess so. Athelstan, make me a dodge check.
How does dodge work?
It is half your dex.
Okay, so I have to roll below a 10
Yes.
with a D100.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me. Nope. That's an 86.
Okay, you feel something grip the front of your ankle and you trip and fall to the floor.
Is he out in the open?
He is, yeah. But because he's run off at an angle and you're still within the tree line, your view of him is becoming obscure now because of the angle. But he has just tripped and fallen to the floor as a group of 8 people have descended upon him.
Okay, can I... I'm going to run towards it. We're going to run towards them. And as soon as I'm in range, I'd like to throw one of my knives at whoever's closest to me.
Okay. So you run towards Athelstan, who is face down on the floor, with 8 people crowded over him. You can't quite see what's happening.
Imagine not wanting to be touched, and that happens.
Yeah. It's horrible, guys. I'm just sitting there like shield up, trying to block all the hands.
Trying but failing. Yes, you run up and attempt to throw one of your daggers. So make me
Yeah.
be a dagger. So it's fighting brawl, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brawl.
I'll see if it does.
Whoa. Oh, hi! Hi, little guy! Yeah, so my brawl is 70, so I got a 48, so that's a hit.
Okay.
And then it's a 1d4 damage. And yeah, 1.
Okay, so you
Just a little
throw
prick.
your the dagger at the group and manage to hit one of them in the back. You kind of get him in the kidney area.
Yeah.
And he takes a hit, kind of crumples to one knee, and shouts in pain. And you see the group that I've kind of got attempting to grapple with Athelstan and Floor turn around and see you, and two of the group break off to come at you. Nolan and Brighde, as you guys are stood in the tree line still watching this, you notice that now more people are descending from outside the church, down the hill. Some towards the woods, where you are, others towards Athelstan and Rowan.
We need to get a message back to the Archbishop. They are dead. Or worse than dead. And but I cannot take them myself. But 2 people will fit on the back of Bobo.
I can't leave them to their deaths.
How many shall I say you killed before you fell?
7. And I
12
walk
is. Good luck, and I hop on Bobo's back, and I'm going to try to, as fast as a European black bear can run, it will run.
Okay.
I just realized that I have the papers, Rowan has the plate,
Oh, I toss you the head.
Brighde has the head.
Oh, I'm keeping the head. I'm keeping the head. I'm gonna hold it in my other hand when I step out of the woods.
Okay. So, let me describe this scene here because it is a lot. Rowan, you are making your way to assist Athelstan, who's on the floor, being grappled by this group. You've managed to injure one, whilst others are now descending upon you. Brighde, you've decided to stay behind and try and assist your fellow group, casually strolling out of the woods with a severed head in one hand and your sword in the other. Nolan and Bobo, you are frantically running for your lives, trying to return back to Canterbury with a message of what has happened here today. You do manage to get away. You come out of the woods and just book it straight off to the other side, as most people are engaged with Rowan, Brighde, and Athelstan. The 2 hooded figures kind of follow you, like their gaze follows you as you leave, but they pay no more attention than that, and then turn back to the others. So Nolan, you do manage to escape this situation, and at some point you will return to Canterbury with a tale of intrigue. But for Rowan, Brighde, and Athelstan, Brighde, you managed to kill 2 of your attackers, but are overwhelmed by the large number of the group. Rowan, you also are very quickly overwhelmed by the group. The one you injured was the only one you injured. And the 3 of you are bound by the wrists and ankles behind your back. and dragged up to the church. You're not taken inside, you're left outside. On your stomachs on the floor. You only get a glancing gaze at the two hooded figures as you move up, and you just about see some facial features on them. And they are humanoid, but not 100% man. You see some slight animalistic features to them. They have, wispy beards. Their nose is a bit more prominent, and again, animalistic. You're a bit unsure. But that's why you glance at first, as you're lay on the floor on your stomachs. And then you hear them speak. And they sound like two men talking. And they basically are ordering the group to keep you bound and take you into the woods. Like, take them to the woods, take them to the ritual site. We'll deal with them there. This will be a good offering. And after, as the one voice says offering, his voice kind of cracks a little bit, and you hear the almost slight cry of a goat in his voice. And then you are dragged on your stomachs into the woods by the group, seeing the church and the small hamlet fade into the distance as you're dragged into the woods. And it's 10-15 minutes of being dragged on your stomachs, and you reach a point where you're in a clearing. And in the centre of the clearing is a stone dais, probably 6 foot by 6 foot in size, with a slight shallow belly to it. And you're all dragged onto the floor and dumped about 10 feet away from it, facing it. And you see the members of this village coming out of the woods from the direction you came. They start to line the outside of this clearing. All stood, some with torches, some with weapons, all roughly 6 feet apart in this clearing. Social distancing, as it were, around the edges of this place. And the two hooded figures step forward into the middle with two other men. And they hold, please. They pick up Brighde and place her on top of the dais, facing up. And then the two men back away. And then the two hooded men you see take their hoods off, and they are humanoid. One looks like an older gent, one slightly younger, but they have very goat-like facial features, and you see small horns protruding from their heads. And the older one turns to the young one and goes, "Edda, bring me the book." And he goes into his satchel and pulls out a book, a thick leather tome, and hands it to the older man. He goes, Here, Oswin, here's the book." And he opens it and stands in front of Brighde, who is on the dais, and starts reciting from this book in a language none of you understand. And as he reads passages from the book, Edda moves around to the other side of the dais, pulls a silver dagger from his belt, and just stands holding it over Brighde. And he starts to hum just a very slow, rhythmic, back and forth note, which everyone stood around the outside also starts to hum. And as this happens, Brighde, you're lay on your back, looking up. You can see Edda stood at your side with a dagger basically over your stomach. And you can see the clouds above you. You know, it's an overcast sky. But as Oswin's reading from this book, the clouds get darker and the light starts to really fall on this wood clearing. And you start to see lightning crackling in the clouds above. And you can see the different colours of the clouds going from like purple and blues and the whites and greys. And Oswin continues reading, and his voice starts to get louder. And then you see another crackle of lightning, and instead of seeing the colours, you see shadows of something in the clouds. And he gets louder with his reading. And then the lightning cracks again, and you see tentacles in the clouds, just slowly swaying within this dark, cloudy sky. And he keeps reading, and then he slams the book closed and stops talking. And as the book slams, Edwin plunges the dagger into your stomach, and you feel the pain of the blow, and then all you see is a tentacle from the clouds plunge down to you, grab your body, and drag you away. Athelstan and Rowan, you see Brighde lay on this dais. You see Oswin reciting from the book, Edda holding the dagger. You can see it's overcast sky, it's cloudy, clouds are dark, there's a little bit of lightning forming. You see Oswin reciting louder and louder, slam the book closed, and Edda plunge a dagger into Brighde's stomach. He pulls the dagger out, and you see her now corpse lay there, and he just grabs her and drags her off the dais, and you hear Oswin go, "Bring the next one," and reopens the book. And that is where we will leave it. So, yeah, thank you very much for watching, everyone. That was our little Cthulhu Dark Ages one-shot. It's Call of Cthulhu, guys. It wasn't all going to be bear puns, let's be honest.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed watching that, and you guys enjoyed playing. It was interesting, different, I hope.
Yep, for sure.
Gosh.
But yeah, it's a very fun system. So anyone out there who wants to play, it is Call of Cthulhu, Cthulhu Dark Ages, the medieval setting for the standard Call of Cthulhu game. Very fun. You can get some interesting stories out of it. But yeah, so that was
Fast forward 5 years, and Nolan would be like, "Would you like to hear the story of how I added this ukulele to the show?"
Yes.
I'm just gonna haunt the
man.
shit out of that village now. I'm just gonna stand in people's doorways with a severed head.
He paints you all in a heroic light.
I totally did not run away.
Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed that. Before we sign out and call it a night, because I know it's late for some people around the world, me included, just again give a quick shout out to our sponsors. They are Session Zero Clothing, D&D inspired clothing company, really nice stuff, really clean, cool designs. TIO 10 gets you 10% off your order in the basket on the website. Norse Foundry, really cool artisan dice company, really nice like gemstone dice and metal dice and stuff. TIO 15 gets you 15% off. Rowan Player Gear, Ray got DM, our friend. Carnaby 20 gets you 20% off the dice tower, dice tray, dice vault, travel combo set, which is really nicely done. And then obviously Mithril Armory, our giveaway sponsors. Very nice people, amazingly beautiful stuff, lots of cool products coming out, and lots already out. Well done to Lady Vesperbell for winning the giveaway today. Don't forget to drop us a message, we'll give you all, get all the details and get that sent out to you. One thing I didn't mention at the beginning that I do want to mention, we are ambassadors for Jaspers Game Day, which is an amazing D&D inspired charity to help with the prevention and awareness of teenage suicide. So please check out their website and what they are doing. It's really good stuff. We've got some charity streams coming up in a couple of months for them. So please show up for that. In regards to scheduling, next week we have our Cyberpunk one-shot, which is run by our very own Nate with a plethora of amazing players in his cast. It's going to be a very good show, so please join us for that. That is next Saturday, 6 p.m. PST. The week after, on the 19th, is our Adventurers Wanted D&D one-shot show, so please check that out as well. Also, before I get everyone else to sell their wares, if you can head to our Instagram, we actually have a thing going this month, as it is Black History Month. We are also trying to support people where we can, how we can, and we've chosen the Loveland Foundation as someone we're going to be donating to this month, and trying to get our community to assist us with that. We're going to match any community donations up to $250 to Loveland Foundation, which is a amazing charity that is helping black women and girls with therapy and mental health help. Because not everyone can afford the support that they need and deserve, and the Loveland Foundation is doing what they can to help fund therapy and assistance within mental health for black women and girls. It's an amazing charity. Definitely check them out. Go on our Instagram. There's a big post there that explains everything we're doing and how you can get involved. Please check it out. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us and what we do. Before we go, everyone, shout out time. Sell your wares. We'll go clockwise. So we'll start with Lauren. Your first clockwise.
I run The Literate Raven, which is a full service editing business. So I'm always looking for preferably fiction authors, especially anything in the vein of horror. Go figure. Anything creepy, send it my way.
Very cool. Next is Logan. You're muted.
I'm DM screening on Instagram, DM_screening. I do D&D stuff. I run some games here and on some other channels when I can. I also video game with, I don't know where he is in relation to me on here, but video game a little bit with Brighde. All that other fun stuff. So check me out if you want. If you don't, that's cool too.
Cool. Brighde, you're next.
I am Bright Dystopia. I am a variety streamer on Twitch, Jaspers Game Day representative, and voice actor. I am found at Bright Dystopia on all forms of social media. Please run by any one of them and say hello.
And then lastly, Dave.
Yeah, I'm David, and I run Mithril Armory. Glad to be a sponsor for the show. You can check us out at Mithril Armory on Instagram, or you can follow me, RealmSmith_Dave on Instagram as well, and I'll probably do some recaps from the show and some Q&As on my Instagram there as well this week.
Cool. And you're also on RealmSmith as well.
Yeah, I'm on also as well on their streams.
Yes. So that's us. You know me, I'm on the Initiative Order and Check for Traps. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you all on our next show. Thank you very much.